your dick hard while Jeremy's in the back screaming, you fucking retard. Come on, guys, let's get this fucking show done. Tyler's got a black and white movie to watch for fun. Moodz just trying to work with what he's got, cause JP just sits looking at Carly like, bro, this chick's hot. You must be out your mind, bro, if you don't listen to us. Just jump aboard with Jeremy and take the short bus. You wanna diss our show? Bro, we got news for you. For every joke you throw, we dish out 22. That's not a shot at you, that's a shot of Moodz. 22 shots that'll make you black and blue. We're the 22 shot crew, ready to destroy your ears. Reviewing movies all day while we drinking beer. 22 shot crew, and we're here to stay, making horror history every fucking day. Moodz is a legend for fuck's sake. They say his dick is the size of Camp Crystal Lake, and we're all wondering how much of it Jeremy can take. You wanna hear my opinion, says JP as he rants, but we all love this motherfucking Maxi can. Tyler spitting out info, every little speck, every single movie, there's nothing he can wreck. He's a god amongst men, yo, that's his flex. He loves horror, and that's a fact check. We the best and the rest, that's no contest. Do you feel that knife in your back digging out through your chest? You got your top 10 list, bro, we do that shit every year. You gotta take down notes, bro, we do that while drinking beer. You got a problem with us? Well, Moodz has got something to say. I'm from Canada. So before you get mad and hit that thumbs down, remember we will lyrically leave you like a clown that's down. So don't frown, we record everything that may occur. So buckle up, fuckers. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You think you got enough to prove we're kings of underground horror things? We'll flip you the middle finger while we take our swings. There's no drug in the world that can cure those things. Our show keeps getting better, we're ahead by far. You can listen to us while you dumping bodies in the backseat of your car. So fuck you if you don't know who we are. It's the only horror show that will forever last. So if you think we're sick, then whip out your dick and listen to 22 shots. A Moodz and Horror Podcast.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 309 of the Triple Shots and Moodz and Horror Podcast is coming at you live and direct with the homie JP, also known as the Mexicant. And of course, we got Mr. No Fact Checks Tyler, also known as Mr. Saucedo. And back in the house, we got the first female of the 22 Shots Collective, Creepin' Carly. And I be your host, the Toxic Offender, Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, my dudes?
Feeling festive. Yeah.
Dude, you know what?
Don't creep.
What's that?
Don't creep. Mike, you added Mike Merriman to the chat, and now the chat is just like going off like every 5 freaking seconds, so I don't have time to say anything.
Dude, he literally, I swear he's talking to himself because he's posting shit like left and right. And I'm like, what the fuck is
It'll be 3 a.m. It'll be 3 a.m. and I have a notification. It's just him sending like a YouTube video or something to the chat.
Yeah, I don't think he's figured out the time zones yet.
Yeah, Mike, fucking settle down, man. Come on. You know what I fucking heard the other day? I shit you not. I literally heard this lady freak out at this dude when I was delivering mail. And I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. So I kind of stuck around to hear like them kind of go back and forth with each other. So this guy, this older guy, like he's probably in his 50s or 60s, whatever, he says, Merry Christmas to this other person. And this lady turns around and she says, you can't say Merry Christmas.
Good for her.
Are we in that? Like, are we still doing this shit? And she's like, you have to say happy holidays, right? And I'm like thinking to myself, I'm like, no, we don't. We can say whatever the fuck we want. Have you ever heard someone say that?
Yeah, I have.
That's crazy, dude. Like,
no, I've never actually seen it in real life. Like,
in real life, no.
That's the first time I've ever heard someone like respond and be like, no, you can't say that. You got to say happy holidays kind of thing. And it kind of caught me off guard. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, I don't even think about shit like that. Like, say Merry Christmas. Like, if you're don't celebrate Christmas, it's not really that offensive. It's just, it is what it is. Right. You're gonna get so offended by that. That's crazy to me, man. But yeah, I saw it the other day. Actually, somebody at work told somebody Merry Christmas, and the person, it wasn't quite as egregious as that, but it was like they responded, "Oh, happy holidays." Oh yeah, like the correction with the being subtly undermining a little bit, but yeah,
they're trying to out progressive each other. Like, you ever seen that happen before?
When did this whole shit start? Where you can't say
sort
Merry
of
Christmas?
Thing. Well,
that was like 10 years ago for the
over 10.
thing.
Yeah, it was like.
Remember they started making it like to where it started in schools, right? Like they didn't want people.
Yeah.
they didn't want it to be about Christmas.
Right.
They
You know
would
what that
change
actually,
the dance to holiday dance.
right. Because when I was growing up and, you did your Christmas, concerts or whatever, now they're called holiday concerts or plays or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
we definitely
right.
call. I went to Catholic school though, so they were like, "Nah, it's called Christmas concert."
You went to
You went
Catholic
to
school?
You
fucking
went to
Catholic school?
That's
You didn't know that? Yeah, I went to Catholic school for
He
9
says that
years.
with a
What
big
the
smile on his
hell?
face, like he was proud of being molested in his Catholic school.
Well, that never happened.
Did you get touched?
I promise you that never happened. No, honestly, like I probably I turned out way
Tyler was
better
too
for
ugly.
it. I turned out way better for it because I was like all around like exclusively these kids whose like parents like cared enough to like send them here, and like everyone like there was like no like there's no like bad influences on me until I was in high school, and like since it was a smaller room too, like the workload was like a little bit harder, I guess, or like a little bit more advanced. So like that gave me a good jump. But then when I got into high school, I just like stopped giving a shit. So so I guess that part didn't matter. But I always say that was my biggest advantage in life going there.
Yeah, I know a lot of people who went to Catholic school, or at least private school, and the classes are really small. You usually know the same like 10 kids for like 8 years.
Yeah, my grade was like 40 something kids, and that was like a big grade. That's like twice as like what they are today.
Yeah,
And
because
it's
like I think like most of the people I know, like their whole entire class was like 10 to 15 kids.
Yeah. Makes
Yeah.
sense. Man, most of the people that I knew that went to, I knew a few people that actually went to Catholic school like willingly, but most of the people that I knew that went to Catholic school got kicked out of the regular high schools, and that's where they got sent was to Catholic
Oh
school.
no, I just
Oh
started
no,
there.
we got
Yeah.
we got sent to FACON.
Yeah, no, like my
Yeah,
buddy
I
came
started
in.
It was like a alternative school is what they called it. And
I
it was
would have
like-
really
Yeah.
not liked going to
I almost went to
Catholic school, though.
FACON.
Almost like maybe even from like graduating class, maybe like less than a quarter actually went to Catholic high school, and that's something I definitely wouldn't have wanted to do. Because other than the town I live in is a very like old school Polish community, so there's a lot of Catholics here. So except for the kids that were like kind of off the boat Polish families in my class, like it didn't feel like anybody else there was actually that religious, and we're kind of like in the same boat I was. Where like once I got out of there, like I haven't been in church since then. Other than
So
like,
why
a wedding
are your parents
funeral or something.
Catholic? Are your parents
Like
Catholic?
they are. Well, my mom comes from like a real like that's the off the boat Polish type of family. My dad doesn't, but like they're still boomers. You know what I mean? Like my grandma was German. My grandfather was Filipino. So they're just kind of part of that. But it was never like we weren't like ever getting up to like go to church on Sunday or something. It was like we go to church before like Easter or Christmas, and that was like it. It was that sort of thing.
Yeah, I feel like I knew some people that went to Catholic school, but they went to Catholic school because their parents, like they weren't even religious, but they sent them to Catholic school because they thought that was like the better educational programs.
That's what I think.
It was kind of like an upper class thing to send your kids to Catholic school, because schools around here are actually pretty nice and stuff. And I was like, okay, so there was like a lot of like richer kind of upper class snooty people and shit that.
Yeah, and I definitely had some rich kids in my class.
Yeah, for sure.
But ultimately, I think that's what it came more down to, is they thought I would get a better education and be in a better environment if I went there.
Well, people they hate the public systems around here. There's so many people that just like.
My brother didn't work out there. They only sent them there till second grade. That's when you make your first communion and your first confession, just so you have those things done. Like if you want your kid to do that now, you don't have to send them to classes or anything. So he actually pulled him out there because he was just a lot more nuts than me. They probably would give him say an ADD or something today, or ADHD today. But he would get in trouble a lot, and he struggled academically where I didn't. So they actually took him out and sent him to public school after second grade.
So you just went for elementary and then you went like high school?
No, I went kindergarten through 8th grade, and then I went to just my public high school.
Oh yeah.
Was that like a shell shock with like being surrounded by like
not really, because I did because I was playing hockey all growing up, so I went with kids. I played mostly with kids.
So you knew kids that public school
I always felt
already.
the Catholic schools were just as egregious as the fucking public schools.
Maybe we
with
didn't.
Kids like they just got away with shit though. Like, but they always had the money. Like they always had the drugs and the fight. Like they were similar.
Not here, dude. Our Catholic schools are like very like it's usually like good families and like, you know, because it costs a lot of money to go.
That's what I'm saying. Actually, the one school that was close to my high school, it was called O'Grady. It was a Catholic school, obviously, and like a lot of people that went there were upper class. Like I said, they had the money, so they had the money to buy the drugs and do the bad shit and stuff, right? Like,
and ultimately,
we
I
didn't
don't
have
think
that at
we
all.
were that
yeah,
much.
I grew up in kind of a wealthier area. Like I was very, very middle class growing up. Like I wasn't poor, I wasn't rich. I was like perfectly blue collar.
That was like the large majority of kids I went to school.
But I had friends that were like rich.
Go,
Like, rich.
motherfucker!
Wow, that is very, very aggressive, bro.
Who?
The
See,
Steelers.
think.
He just said who?
But I don't think we honestly were like that much different, because I do remember like it was the same thing where like, you know, I had friends that like had brothers that were in high school, like when we were like in fourth grade. So we still like in like the late 90s, early 2000s still got exposed, you know, like the stuff that your kids aren't supposed to. We were vulgar. I remember like thinking,
did they strap you?
Young age. What's up?
You're probably too young for that though, right? Because even in the 90s, like I had friends that went to the Catholic school and they would strap them. Like literally
them?
like hit
Oh,
them.
like a hit? Yeah. No, they could hit me when I was a little
They
kid.
were fucking brutal. Like they didn't do
I
it in
never
public
did
schools, but in the
anything.
Catholic school, they had like a different temperament and they got away with shit.
My
It was weird.
grandfather went to Catholic school. Ours was called Holy Rosary.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think back then they could definitely.
Oh, it was a big thing in the 60s and 70s for sure. But I couldn't believe in the 90s.
I don't
there was
think it
something
ever
like-
happened when I got a little older, and I don't think I just ever did anything bad enough. But when I was in first grade, I do remember a nun asked me to put out my hand, and she whapped it with a stick.
Yeah.
Was it the ruler?
I couldn't
The
fucking
That
believe
wasn't a
when-
ruler. It was like those pointer things back when we still had
Yeah.
boards, and they pointed. She like wound up and like caned.
I couldn't believe it when Damon told me that fucking one of his teachers hit him in the head. This is actually quite fucking funny. This is how he got kicked out of Catholic school, actually. So he got kicked out of our high school for fighting because he was a fucking dumb shit. Everyone that ever looked at him, he picked a fucking fight and punched their fucking face, and he was such an asshole. Anyways, so he went to Catholic school and he was there for I think maybe 2 weeks before he got kicked out. He same thing. The teacher, whatever, told him to put his hand on the desk, and she fucking hit him with the ruler thing. He grabbed it and broke it in half and got kicked out.
Some teacher tried to hit me.
I'm not even joking, bro. He was there for 2 weeks. He actually ended up going back there. So he went to a different high school for a while. Then he went back. They sent him back to the school to O'Grady. And I think he never did finish school though. So
I think they lightened. I was probably at the tail end of maybe some of these old school nuns. Like, I'm gonna fucking smack this kid if he acts up. That was probably the end of it. It was me, and it was like once that generation kind of died out, it was probably over with. But I do remember like teachers telling us stories about when I was a little girl in school. Though some nun slapped me wicked hard in the face. So it was definitely something that went on.
It's a wild thing. Like
I
to
think
have
just the big difference with like us not getting in trouble is we just, since they're just a smaller group of kids, and like I was saying before, like mostly from families that care enough to spend money to like send their kids to these schools.
Yeah.
That there wasn't like these unsupervised opportunities where the first time I really had met kids were that like really like we just could just hang out in their empty house or something and do whatever when like we were there. Like the real like I was in high school then. There wasn't really opportunities that any of us got since then. But I think if we would have gotten those same opportunities, we would have been just as.
So let me ask you something. If you had kids, would you send them to a Catholic school or just keep them in the public system?
It all depends. It depends where I live, really.
Well, if you lived like where you are, like what's the closest? Do you have nice schools around you?
I don't know. Kind of mediocre. I still live in the city that I went to school. I really legitimately would send my kid there probably and just do the song and dance for however many years. But like my girlfriend like works in she's elementary school kid in a city over, and it's the things I know about the school system are appalling.
Yeah.
I've got really nervous ever sending a kid to public school.
Like my nieces and nephews, my wife's family's all like Christian, right? So their kids all go to like private Christian school, and it's like super well, like they're like multimillionaires. Like I can't stand them, to be honest. but yeah, like it's very, very snooty and shit like that. But they're like the firm believer in like the public system is bad. It's super, super bad. You know, that's their mentality.
Yeah,
so like that public system. It's like you have to go to a private school because it's better on your transcripts. Like if you don't have this on your transcript, then you know you're not getting into these super Ivy League schools. Like they sent their kids to the school in Vancouver, which is like the most prestigious school like almost in Canada, and it costs like $120,000 a semester or a year to send one kid, and they had 4 kids go there.
Yeah, that's a lot. See,
dude, it's crazy, bro. Like they have too much money, but it's all about your look. right?
Yeah.
It's all about having that on your transcripts. And they went to this school, so now you can get into
Yeah,
these.
see,
Ivy League
I
schools and
wouldn't.
shit.
I
It's
wouldn't even be
ridiculous.
thinking that far ahead. I'm just thinking about like,
Oh fuck! Everything's calculated, man. With them.
yeah, like I wasn't even thinking that because I don't even really care about.
I just think that like
anything
in
like
my
that.
middle school, when I was in middle school, there was like kids like slanging Oxycontin and stuff like that. So like Catholic
Yeah.
school.
See, that's
would
crazy
probably
to me,
be
man.
better.
Like,
I don't
was
think
in
it's that
school,
bad
bro,
around here, but like based on the trajectory of like the city over where my girlfriend works, like it honestly
drugs
like,
are bad.
surprised me.
Okay? Like,
Yeah, it's just some of these kids.
Dude, I remember like literally so much drugs in my middle school.
I look, we had everyone dealt weed. Weed was like just a normal.
I mean, I
fucking
dealt
thing.
weed
But like
allegedly.
I wouldn't go so far to say like in
Allegedly.
like in my school, it was very common where you could get mushrooms and acid were very, very popular drugs.
I never, you know what's funny? I never even seen that shit until I was in like late high school. Acid and mushrooms.
Acid and mushrooms
I never
was
even
just-
seen them
yeah.
until late.
See, the thing for me, like when I got out of high school in '98, like right after that, like, well, E was a big thing around that time because the raves were huge and people were all into that. I'd never done that. I'm not into designer drugs and shit. But like I don't remember that shit being in the schools when I was coming up in high school and shit like that. So it, like I said, it was weed, mushrooms,
Like for
acid,
my
a little bit
school,
of coke, but like not like Oxycontin and fucking heroin and fucking like all these crazy drugs. Like
well, we did.
ecstasy
I never
Special
seen
K
heroin
and shit.
until I was out of high school. But
yeah,
like coke was big in high school.
yeah.
But in middle school, it was like Xanax,
Yeah, see that's crazy.
Oxycontin,
Yeah.
and Vicodin.
And
Those
Vicodin,
and
yeah.
Percocet. Those were like what you would see more, and obviously weed. But I never seen like coke in middle school or anything. It was all about the pain pills and the fucking
pill pop,
horrible stuff that was like
that shit that you just get so addicted to, and it just fucks up everything, man. Yeah.
But like then when I got into high school, it was like coke was like a very regular thing that you would see at parties or, you know,
100%. Did you see coke
weekend.
resident like in the bathroom? People would be doing coke like in the bathroom and shit. I'm like, that's fucked, man.
Yeah, I never
Just
saw that
like-
until after high school, honestly.
I went to school with a lot of druggies, man.
I don't think my high school was really that bad though. Like there was like casual shit that you saw at every high school where like you had kids that couldn't stay out of trouble and there was fights and kids would do stupid shit like bring pocket knives to school, like just a little bit of weed, stuff like that. But I don't think that my high school was that bad.
I remember the guy when I was in the 8th grade. There was this kid that had got transferred to our school and he was there for a couple months and all of a sudden he was like gone. And someone said that he got kicked out of school because he brought a gun to school. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Like,
I don't think anyone do shit like that.
To
I
bring
know
a
people
handgun
would-
to school in Canada, like in those days, was fucking ultra rare.
Oh, yeah.
Like that
I
was
keep forgetting you're
crazy
in
because
Canada,
because
too.
our laws in Canada with handguns is crazy, bro. Like nobody, like people have handguns, but it's the laws are crazy with them. So to see someone actually bring a handgun to school was like, what the fuck? Like,
I
that's
remember
crazy
that
shit.
happening a few times when I was in elementary school. It happened, middle school it happened, in high school it happened, where somebody brought in like a BB gun or like a knife or stuff like that, and then there was like a couple real guns.
Yeah.
But I remember like think like looking back, I'm like, dude, I feel like that would have been like a much bigger deal if that happened today. Like I think the kid just got like the kid that brought the handgun got expelled, but it wasn't like this big news story or anything. It was just like, what an idiot. You
Yeah.
know?
Well, that's kind of like what happened here with that. I can't remember what his name was, but he like he was just gone. Like it wasn't, nobody made a big deal out of it because they didn't really want people to know. Kind of kiboshed it, right? Like so. It was almost like it was like a folklore thing.
The kid that did this, he later, I used to have problems with him, but he later, like literally like 16 years old, like shot some dude in the head. And last I heard, he was like got life in prison, which was pretty crazy, or like 25 to life or something. I don't know. I think there's probably rules where you can't give like full life to juveniles. I don't know. It's very state by state. But I remember thinking that was crazy. Like, cause I was like, I used to skateboard around like the apartment where this happened at, and it was like, just nuts, like knowing that, like, wow, this kid, because I remember he started getting like real involved with like older, like, you know, drug dealer, like hood kids, and I'm just like, man, this dude's like crazy, like he's like really going for it. And he, like,
Yeah,
just
that's
shot some
that's
dude.
wild, man. That's wild.
Right.
What about you, Carly?
I can't relate to any of this. I don't think anyone was like.
You mean to tell me you've never gone to Catholic school or slung drugs?
There was weed at my school and drinking, but I don't think people were popping pillies and stuff like that. But they might have been. I was a loser. I was like, so.
Yeah, pill popping is pretty foreign to me too, man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But as for like I said, with mushrooms and acid though, those were everyday things. Like
I literally
people were-
didn't see a shroom until Cinema Wasteland.
Wow.
I had never seen a
What?
shroom.
There was drug use.
You know what? I
Wasteland?
actually have still never seen mushrooms in my
I've
life,
seen
like
mushrooms.
in person.
Oh
I
god,
know
they taste so gross, bro.
I've never done.
I've
but
seen acid,
I've never
but
seen
I've
acid.
never seen mushrooms. Like it's kind of weird because like I've seen everything else, literally heroin, meth,
Yeah.
coke, like every pain pill. Like I've never seen.
I mean, pills are
mushrooms in
just
real
pills,
life.
right? You know, it is what it is. But yeah, acid can be really interesting. Get the sheets and little smiley faces on there and shit. It's crazy. But yeah, anyways, episode 309. What are we titling this thing? Because I'm not really
I think I'm
100%
gonna call it top.
10 more.
Yeah.
I think I'm either gonna call it top Christmas horror films part 2, 20 to 11, or top 10 Christmas films part 2.
So are we going to do this next year and do like 30 to 21? Because if
It depends,
this
'cause
might
I
be
don't
the
know if
weirdest list in the
Tyler
history
can-
of shows. Like we're
I don't
doing
know
this
if Tyler
completely
could do
backwards.
another 10. I told you I could do
probably
2 more 10s probably.
I can do
Okay,
two
my
more.
thing was crashing for a minute. I was like, oh no.
Yeah, I could definitely do a couple more lists for sure. Like I said, I was cutting shit. This list changed a little bit for me.
I need a year off. I'd be struggling to come up with another 10.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's so many. There is
I know,
so many.
like, but there's also so many like good ones. Like there really is like a lot of like, and like I'm saying like good to, like I'm still in the, like a little spoiler alert. Like I'm still in the 8s here, bro.
Yeah, man,
Damn.
yeah, me too, man.
I
Me too.
didn't start in the 8s last year.
What would you say? What would you say comparatively, like Christmas horror films versus like Halloween horror films? As overall, like if you were to take the lump sum of great Christmas films against the Halloween films, could you make a top 40 list of Halloween themed films?
No, but I feel like the top for Halloween is like really top
It's very top heavy for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
because you have at least like 4 to 5 good films called Halloween, and then you got stuff like Night of the Demons, Trick or Treat. Pet
There's definitely
Sematary
a solid
2,
probably 15 that are like, yeah.
I feel like there's so many more Halloween
Terrifier
movies.
1 and 2.
I feel like I don't know. There's a lot of Halloween movies,
Yeah.
but I feel like they're just not as good as I feel like people think it's easier to make a Halloween movie and then they make a subpar movie. Where
Yeah.
Christmas horror, I feel like there's a lot more good Christmas horror that I want to rewatch every year. Where at Halloween time, I run out of stuff to want to rewatch.
I don't like when Halloween time. I don't like really go for Halloween themed movies as much as I do. Like tend to gravitate towards like classic horror movies that are just like you know. Beloved.
I do like during the
classic
month.
tropes. Like, you know, I kind of like cut off the whole like psychological like horror bullshit and just
Yeah.
I'm like
I do
classic
kind of watch a
movies,
little
like
bit of
monster
everything.
movies.
Yeah, watching like classic shit is for sure, but I always slip in like Halloween 3, Trick or Treat. Usually like the 2 I always watch. But when it comes down to like this month with Christmas horror, like I mean I've been tagging it off, man. I've watched like 40 films this month, just Christmas shit. But I feel like every year there's so many that I want to watch that I can't get to. Right. So
the thing about Christmas horror, I kind of discovered, or I hypothesized as I was trying to really figure out my taste for this list, is there's really 2 types of Christmas horror. And one of the types is the one that just like really Christmassy, like really like Christmas setting. Like everything is like they're like we're making sure like this is a this is a Christmas
The
setting.
aesthetic is proper.
And I think sometimes because of that, it almost gets a little gimmicky. And I think you have the same problem with Halloween movies sometimes, where it's because of the fixation on the holiday, it makes the movie a little gimmicky sometimes. But however, there's the other side of Christmas movies that I think I really do like, and there definitely is crossover with this, but just the really like lonely, like cold, dry, like windy side of Christmas with like these shitty, dimly light like rooms and all these people being lonely because it's not the same for it. I like those movies. I think those movies like really make for a good setting for horror. And I look outside right now. Since I kind of been watching Christmas movies the last 3-4 days, I kind of hypothesized this was why I was noticing my surroundings when I was driving. There's barely any houses like around me that have any Christmas lights on them.
What the fuck are you serious?
Yeah,
my whole neighborhood is just,
it
looks like fucking the North Pole.
I'm literally looking out my window, and of all the houses in front of me to the left, like all 8 of them, one of them I can see a wreath on the door and their tree in the window, and nothing else. It's all dark. So there's no snow on the ground here. It's frigidly cold.
We just got snow a couple days ago.
Yeah, so, it's frigidly cold. It's super windy. It's been rainy. Like it's just frigid. It's just cold and like. Mm-hmm. And it gets dark at 4:00. So it's like depressing. And when you use that as a setting around the holidays, you have these like lonely, depressed people wandering around in the cold with like a wreath on the door somewhere and some lights. It creates such this contrast that I think I really like. So we'll put a pin in for that later, or several times this episode. But yeah. I think that's where Christmas movies really get an advantage because it's very good for taking advantage of that real type of setting. In movies like Black Christmas that really do that, even with the Christmas setting, are probably why they're the best movies or the most liked or the most popular ones.
Yeah, we got a little bit of snow and it's like we hit like a cold snap here. So it's minus 19 Celsius here. So that's -2 Fahrenheit. So that's pretty fucking cold. Yeah.
It kind of warmed up here over the last like week. It was like we did have a lot of snow and then
we barely had any. I mean, we had green grass like 3 days ago.
But now it's just been like it's been this weird contrast. It's been a little bit warmer, but it was literally like 8 degrees, so anything's a little bit warmer. But it's hovering just above like being too warm for snow to stick, but flurries to come down. But it's been so windy, so the wind chill is outrageous.
Yeah, the wind sucks, dude. Like the other day was about the same, minus 19, 20, but it felt like minus 30, which is pretty much the same. With that wind, it was fucking brutal, man. But yeah, so when it comes to this portion of the list, I don't completely remember what I said last year, but I know my rules for my top 10 list was just I put films on there that like really were, had the appropriate Christmas aesthetic to it, films that just things that, there's some films that are they're Christmas films, but just because they're set around the holiday, you know what I mean?
I think there's levels. Like there's straight up like Krampus ones that are
Christmas-based films,
Christmassy, and then there's like the level of something like Don't Open Till Christmas, To All a Good Night, which is still a Christmas movie but doesn't have any snow or atmosphere. And then I think there's the next tier down would be like the ones that like Christmas is like a background thing where it's not really part of the plot at all, and it just happens to exist, like Maniac Cop 2 and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's ones that are like fucking where Christmas is like one scene, like The Brain or something, where it's like just in like the background.
Yeah. So I will say that there was a movie that I was sure was going to make my top 10. And I rewatched it, and all they do is use a Christmas tree for a set piece. And I was like, I can't fucking put this movie.
I knew that. I kind of figured some of these would be on your list, but so like,
I mean, I probably will have what you're describing, but like, there was a movie I watched that like literally someone hides in a Christmas tree as an ornament, and I was like, that was literally it. And I was like, this can't be on my list.
Yeah. So my last year's list was 10 films that literally were Christmas films, like they take place on Christmas. They're about Christmas and stuff like that. So, and then like, I think I even mentioned last year, I said, if we do the part 2, it'll be film, anything kind of goes. So if it takes place on Christmas and, you know, it just happens to be, you know, taking place on Christmas, whatever, it's still a go. So
this one for me
wasn't really specific rules for this one, to be honest. And that's why one of the films didn't make my top 10, which if I was making an all around type of list, I would have I'd probably mentioned it last year, but that would be in my top 10, but so might appear in this one.
Like for me, this list is pretty much just an extension of my last year's list, where it's like just still a bunch of Christmas movies that I think are really good. If I did a list next year, it would be a lot more stuff where I feel is like the next tier of quality, where I think they're like just really fun, but maybe not like great movies.
Yeah.
But my list is pretty much still very Christmas heavy in terms of like the amount of Christmas vibes in the movies.
One thing I did forget to mention though, like with my initial list, it's like totally the films I rewatch all the time. But then even going into my 11 to 20, these are films that I watch every single year also. So the like my 1 to 20 are films that I try to get in every single year.
No,
so the
I don't watch any of the like the first year is movies that I do. It was a combination of movies I watch every year, and then like just 2.
Did you not rewatch like this whole list?
This year I didn't rewatch one of the movies that are on the list, but I rewatched everything else. But last year, like I had a couple things on the list last year that I don't rewatch often, like Inside and Silent Night.
I mean, I get Inside.
These were very impactful for me, so yeah. They're like amongst my favorite watches. But this this list has a lot more stuff that I watch regularly than well, the last year did too. But it's still a lot of stuff I watch regularly. But there is like 1 or 2 films that are like I've only seen a couple times.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when I talk about my list being favorites,
what
literally
the fuck just happened? What happened?
What's wrong?
I just looked up and we have points.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Maybe that's
listeners at home are like, oh my God, this guy's fucking having a stroke over there. What's going on?
Jalen fucking Warren. All right, bro. Are we gonna Tyler, are we gonna announce the like side project we're doing?
If you want, I'm fine with that.
Go ahead.
I'm cool with it.
It's your side project.
All right. So I've talked about this before briefly, and if you follow me on Letterboxd, you or ever click on my reviews, you will see sometimes I have a heading on my reviews that says 100 years, 100 films. And what I've been doing, this is my the last 2 years, is I pick one film from the last 100 years from each of them, and that's my 100 movies to watch for the next year. And I've ran through this twice. I review every movie I watch for it, and it's always been a lot of fun. I always kind of just talk about it, and I use it as a good opportunity to pick up to watch movies discs that I own that I haven't watched, check out movies that I've always known about, I wanted to see, and it just I try to make a variety of all different things. But anyways, I have been talking about a little bit lately in the group chat, and I posted my list, and organically I got a few people that decided they wanted to join in with me and make their own 100 years challenge. And one of those people was JP, and he said, all right, I'll do it, but only if you make content out of it. So I don't know if we'll announce the other 2 guests yet, just in case something happens. But okay. We and JP are going to be doing a project with 2 other podcasters who most of you will probably know. They've both been guests on the show before. We all have 100 films, our own 100 years challenge that we've cooked up. We're going to do an episode in January where we just basically announce our list and why we picked whatever films. And then we're only going to do 4 videos throughout the year, once per quarter, to just give you an update on our progress for all of those. And just back those into one episode. So you'll probably just get like 4 long episodes in the intro episode out of it. So that's just a little thing that we're doing on the side. And coincidentally, I saw there was a lot of good feedback about wanting us to discuss non-horror films. So,
right. So that's kind of why I said, like, I'll do it if we make it into content, because I kind of got peer pressured into doing it a little bit. Because, you know, obviously with me, like, sticking to any challenge is a bit rough.
Yeah,
So
I was
adding an
surprised you
extra-
signed up for it, to be honest, man.
Adding an extra 100 films to my watch,
What are the odds that you
Watches-
don't complete this? Probably pretty good, right?
pretty high, but I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it's
try
100 movies,
really
dude. You
hard.
can't even do 31. So.
Well, the one good thing is I can do a lot during break if I know that I'm gonna need to do it. But also I actually am kind of looking forward to it too, because I only picked 12 horror films out of my 100 films.
What? That's wild.
Yeah, so I mainly pick stuff that I is like popular, that is like a blind spot for me.
Damn.
Like I don't want to spoil like what I picked, because that'll be the episode 0.
How are you guys doing the content?
So we're gonna do a kickoff episode where we just discuss our picks, and then it'll be quarterly after that.
No. I meant like what platform are you doing? Video, like on a YouTube channel? Like
I
how
haven't
you posting it?
decided yet. We might just do like audio, just because I
are
don't
you gonna
really have
post
the
it?
greatest computer for recording video, especially long form video. Just on the feed, probably.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not doing it. It sounds pretty fucking lame and boring. So I'm not gonna lie. But no, I mean I like the concept, but I had already decided that I think next year I have way too many fucking Shaw Brothers. So I feel like I'm gonna just bust in those sets and start watching off that shit.
That's cool.
So yeah, I'm really gonna dig down into that shit and get some of those films watched, because they're so
Partner
fucking
up with
good,
someone and make content out of it.
yeah, I mean, it's funny because like I know
The
like
Shaw
Parker,
shots.
like I watch Parker every week.
That'd
man,
be
like,
cool if you and Parker did like a team up on some shops or some Shaw.
Fuck, he just
content.
messaged me today. Actually, he probably asked me to do some 1983.
Yeah, he asked
video
me
review.
too.
Yeah.
I'm probably
I'm
gonna
doing-
join the one that you're on.
I got a cool one.
Which one am I doing?
I think you're doing Angst.
Okay. Okay. So I wasn't sure if that was the one that he was actually, he even said to me, he's like, I'm
So-
surprised that no one actually picked that one. I'm like, yeah, me too, man.
Yeah,
Actually,
I only had 6 horror movies on my 100 years, but one of those horror movies was 1983. So I'm going to be doing that movie.
I'm not going to lie, man. If I was doing a 100-year challenge, I think most of my list wouldn't be horror either.
That's kind of where I was at, where I was just like, I want to explore. Like, I don't get a chance to really explore like I used to back in the day of watching like non-horror stuff. So like, I mean, Tyler saw my list. Is there not some fucking
No,
heavy
he's
hitters on
got
that bitch?
he's got like I had seen 64 of his movies. I saw his list, and he's got like a lot of movies that like when you like first go off, like I'm just gonna watch like the best movies of all time on that list.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
So it's like pretty shocking, some of the blind spots that you have then.
Yeah. Like you could literally go to certain years on Letterboxd, like just click like 1995 or something, and like the one, 2, or 3 most popular movie of that year is like the one that I picked because I hadn't seen it or something.
Wow, crazy.
The thing with horror, just in general, is for most years we've probably seen the most notable horror movies.
I know when I pulled up to like years
Most
like
likely.
1986 and stuff like that, and I'm looking at the like list. Oh, even like when I got to like 19, like the year that like one of the retro years that we just did,
36 or 41.
like 36 or something. I'm like, holy shit, I've seen like half the movies from this year.
Yeah.
But you know what's
Yeah,
crazy?
that's
Actually,
all,
like
All
like
the
80
horror films.
like 85 and 86 are such good years in horror, but like in cinema in general, those are fucking good years, man. Like there's a lot of great action films, dramas, like there's fucking good movies in those years, man.
Most
There
of
was
my horror
actually a
movies
couple
that-
years that I was like struggling to even like decide on something.
Like
That's-
like in a
that's me
bad
with
way,
the
like there was
modern
nothing
years.
that looked good.
That's me with the
Both.
modern
Like sometimes there was too much good shit,
Yeah.
and then other times there was like literally like 20 films I never heard of because I'd seen all the popular ones from the year.
Dude,
So I had to
send me your
pick
list. I want to
something
take a look at this. I'm fucking curious now.
I've
Yeah.
sent it in the chats.
Yeah, I'll send it again.
No, I don't think I
so
saw it.
you'll get yours.
Well, I mean, if you
Yeah.
sent it last
I've
night,
done
I
it.
literally was.
This
MIA
is my
last
third
night.
run of this, so I'm getting a little. I've gotten a little. I'm kind of like now in the groove where I've seen a lot of the real popular American cinema movies from like the 30s to 60s, and I'm
Yeah.
kind of getting into the second wave of those now, which is interesting because there's a lot less of a consensus. On those.
One of the tough things about my list, I will say, is I picked a lot of long movies.
Yeah, I didn't do
There's
that.
some long ones on there, bro.
I
There's
picked-
like some epics on there.
You know what's
Yeah.
kind of crazy, actually? Like
I have one 4-hour movie, one 3-hour movie, and a couple over 2.5.
You could probably do a whole 100-year challenge of just like Kino releases. You know what I mean?
You could. That's where a lot of my. That's what
man.
I'll do is like
their range is nuts.
It's real with them. I hype like I'll latch onto a director that I like a William Wyler or like a Lachine or an Ernst Lubitsch, for example, because those are like early directors that have huge filmographies and like they have a lot of Kino titles because they're old. And I'll just pick up their movie, like their better movies that get released. Billy Wilder's another one too, where they've released so many of their movies. I'll pick those up cheap, and then when I do this, I slot those in. You get to like watch like all these American classics that you own discs for.
Yeah, because it's crazy with Kino because they're like honestly one of the only companies that releases like silent films, and you need that era, right?
They put out a really good silent horror film this year on 4K, The Cat and the Canary.
Yeah.
So
I've actually never seen the silent one before.
Yeah.
But
that's a popular one. So Kino honestly had a really good year. They're one of my favorite labels this year for sure.
I mean, I've loved Kino for years, man. Like their range is just crazy, man. Like everything from like blaxploitation to like, you know, Western spaghetti Westerns to like action, comedy, sci-fi, horror. Like it's just nuts, dude. Like my collection is just fucking wild.
They'll just like I love that too. You can just casually buy a boutique blue of an all-time classic for $9.99. Like they put out.
Is the sale still going on right now?
Yeah,
I actually have,
because I was scrolling through and I was like, "Fuck!" I'm like, "That's $10." I'm like, "I need to," pick. And then I found like 5 or 6 titles, and I was only on page 3. I was like, "Uh-oh, this might get a little expensive."
Like even on like their 4Ks on sale, only like $17.99, and like they've put out the Dollars trilogy on 4K. Like they just put out Shane. They like put out a bunch of Criterion titles.
Did they put Shane out on 4K?
Yep, I picked that up.
Crazy. I just have like the old.
That case came out this year. They put out Happy Gilmore and Billy Madison on 4K this year.
I know. They're like I said, their range is nuts. Yeah. Wild. Yeah, crazy stuff. Carly, how did you do this part of your list? Any rules, stipulations, or
I tried to
caveats?
Just go with movie like when we did the first list, it was pretty much all movies that I watch at least once a year if I can. And I tried to kind of do the same with this, but do like ones I'd seen multiple. Like I don't have to watch it every year per se, but maybe every other year. And it was harder than I thought it would be. I'm kind of like Tyler, where I don't know. I thought I had a bunch of other Christmas movies that I would put on a list, but it turns out I really just watched like the same 10 every year and had to kind of like be like, okay, what else do I like? So if I was going to do another list, like if we did this again next year and I participated, it would probably be all first time watch or just rewatches of films maybe I only seen once and stuff like that. But yeah, for this one, it's mainly, I think all these movies I've seen, a handful of times at least. So there's still films that I have rewatched and enjoy.
Right. Should we refresh with
we can do that.
The list? Should I just go through them?
I think, I can pull it up right here. If we
I actually have it right in front of me.
Oh, okay. But I'm kind of the same thing with Carly too on this. Where I would say my first list, I have probably 2 movies on there that I watch them every year, and then there's a good handful of movies that probably fill out the rest of the list that I'll watch like every 2 to 3 or 4 years. And now this list is like the 3 to 6 year list.
Yeah, I'm just like a nut when it comes to Christmas films, man. I love watching them, but. Okay, so just like for a little bit of a refresher here, I'll start with Carly's list from last year. Coming to number 10 was Red Christmas. Number 9 was Gremlins. Number 8, Santa's Sleigh. Number 7, Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2. That's absolutely hilarious. Number 6 is Jack Frost, 97. Number 5 is P2. It's a cool pick. Number 4 is Christmas, Bloody Christmas. Number 3, Black Christmas, the original. Number 2 is Christmas Evil, and number 1 is Silent Night, Deadly Night. Tyler's top 10 was Terrifier 3, number 9, Day of the Beast, number 8, Calvary, number 7, Inside, number 6, Silent Night, Deadly Night, Number 5, Super Dark Times. Fucking guy. Number 4, Gremlins. Number 3, Christmas Evil. Number 2, Wake in Fright. Dude, you went full blown retarded on this list. And number 1 is Black Christmas. That's crazy.
What do you see?
Super Dark Times is one where it's like there's just a Christmas tree in the background.
It's literally a tree.
It's that same like, dude, like I'm telling you, it's that same like cold, rainy, dimly lit, barely decorated Christmas town, and then you have this one family whose kids live with the military. The kids all fucked off. It's delving into those the dark side of Christmas that I really like.
Okay, so JP's list. Number 10 was Dead End. Number 9 was Black Xmas. That's the remake. Number 8 is Christmas Evil. Number 7, Silent Night, Deadly Night. Number 6 is Silent Night from 2021. So that is dude, what the hell? Really?
What, man?
That is the most depressing, terrible fucking. I can't even bring myself to buy that. And I own like 150 Christmas movies.
I love that movie.
Anyways, number 5 is Krampus. Number 4 is Inside. Number 3 is Better Watch Out. Number 2 is the original Black Christmas. And number 1, of course, is Gremlins. My top 10 list.
Yeah, well, real quick. The thing, too, about Silent Night, even though it is very depressing, it has like some of like the greatest like family Christmas like vibes there is. Like
the aesthetic is great for sure.
Yeah.
But that movie it tilted me, bro. I didn't even like, my head was like on a swivel after that. I was like, the fuck did I just watch? I'm like, I couldn't rewatch that shit, man. It's crazy. Number 10, Rare Exports. Number 9, Deadly Games. aka Dial Code Santa Claus. Number 8 is Christmas Bloody Christmas. Number 7 was Day of the Beast. Number 6, Better Watch Out. Number 5, Don't Open Till Christmas. Number 4, Krampus. Number 3, Silent Night, Deadly Night. Number 2, the original Black Christmas. And number 1 is Christmas Evil. Yeah. So those are last year's lists. And yeah. So looking forward to getting into this. I'm curious actually to see what people have on their list, man, for sure. It'd be interesting.
Yep.
So, do you guys have anything else for the intro?
Just that it was very hard to like, I mean, when I first started constructing this list, right away, there was like 4 or 5 titles that I knew had to be here. But then like the other 5, like there was just so much stuff that I could like, I still don't feel satisfied. There's still like more films I want to talk about even after this next 10, because
me too.
Christmas horror is really, really awesome.
Yeah, man, I feel you. Yeah, anyways. Is that it? Should we just get into these lists or what? Okay. All right, so that's going to conclude the intro, and we're going to get right into these lists. Yeah.
And now, our feature presentation.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
All right, so getting into these top 10 or top 10 lists, I guess that's what we call them. I don't even know. 20 to 11s. You know what? I did not actually predetermine the order. I don't remember what the original order was, actually. Do you guys? Probably not. No.
I don't.
We can just actually, I'll just, the way I read it out here, we might as well just go with that. So Carly, why don't we just start with you?
All right.
For sure.
Oh, I'm scared. Hold on. All right. Are we saying number 10 or do I have to say like number 20?
I'd say number 20.
Oh man. Okay. That's not how I wrote it, but I guess.
Real quick. Just,
next.
I guess we should probably say that. So like anybody who's just like hopping into the show right now,
It's so
like
weird.
Moodz kind of read the list earlier, but we did a top 10 last year. So this is technically the next 10. So it'd be a top 20 list at this point.
Right, because people are going to
Just
skip
10
to this
more.
point in the show.
Yeah, imagine someone skipping just to like the start of the show, and they're like, none of you guys have Black Christmas or Silent Night, Deadly Night on your list.
Yeah, so disclaimer, the list.
Yeah.
There's a show from last year, and yeah, those films that you're not going to hear on this show are definitely on that one. So
Right.
All right. Yeah. So my number 20, then I went with Silent Night from 2012. So, the first remake of Silent Night, Deadly Night. Yeah, it's one that has grown on me, and it feels very of that time period. Reminds me a lot of like My Bloody Valentine remake, and
Dude, that's so funny you say that, because I just watched this movie the other night too. And that is the straight, like, I felt I'm like, this and My Bloody Valentine, like, go hand in hand with the remake of My Bloody Valentine. Like, they both have, like, a little more sleaziness to them. Yeah. They both have, like, that same, like, washed out kind of look to them.
They both had Jamie King, who was, like, the horror girl of the time.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I thought like the same actress was in it.
Yeah, well, I agree with what you're saying, but I also associate Mother's Day with these movies. Also,
I can see
that's grittier. That also has Jamie King.
Yeah, okay. I think
that is crazy, man. Wow.
Yeah, she really. Yeah, she had a streak.
So
she was a remake queen.
Yeah,
I remember
the same time period.
I talked about, I think it was on one of the Slumber Party Massacre episodes. I forget what we were doing, but I think I brought that girl up and was like, I don't get why everyone calls Chloe Grace Moretz the remake queen when there was like a bunch of girls back in the day that were in every single remake.
She was popular. Her career, I guess, kind of flamed out because I feel like after that, you never really saw her again. But she was like, I remember her kind of being like the girl of horror at the time.
Yeah. Yeah, but like JP said, this one's gritty, and I like the look of the Santa with the creepy mask. The kills are pretty brutal in it. It's kind of annoying that they say it's like the remake of Silent Night, Deadly Night, and there's only 2 scenes that really call back to it, which is a really bad remake of the grandpa scene, and then of course the like Linnea Quigley kill. But besides that, I think it's just a serviceable slasher, and just I feel nostalgia for it, for that time period. I'm actually reading a book right now that I picked up along with JP at this convention. I literally forget what the book's called, but it's just some dude's like diary of every Christmas horror movie from 1972 to 2020, where he did all these interviews and stuff, and like
really?
They talk
That's
about
cool.
they talk about Silent Night and how they scouted locations, and the location they had at the time was super snowy, but they couldn't actually film it till that April, so he was real disappointed because there's not really all the snow's like the sludgy melted snow in the movie. So does it? But I think they still capture.
I did tell him about that original top 10 we did.
That
sold the book.
Yeah, but anyway, Silent Night. That is my number 20.
Nice. All right, Tyler.
All right.
Wait, what do you rate it?
We didn't rate these on the first one.
Did we not? Are you sure?
I don't have them next to my like original list, and I usually do. And
just do it on the fly. I do it on the fly and change my rating all the time.
Did we not rate them? If we didn't, I'm fine with not rating them again. But
we'll just not rate them.
I think we did, but I'm not 100% sure.
I thought we didn't because it wasn't like it was like an off the dome top head instead of a preppy one. But whatever, I'll give it a 6.5 out of 10. I know that's not huge, but yeah,
that's good. That's good.
Tyler's like that's a 10.
That's a good score. That to me that means this is a good movie.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
He's just saying that because he's starting off with 5s.
Yeah.
That's just an okay movie.
Right.
Chris is better than okays. All right. So number 20. So this year, I thought I'd get my Troll Z cheater pick out of the way right at the beginning. So we're going to go ahead and do that. My number 20 is from the year 1999. It is Stanley Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut. Now, this isn't really a horror movie, but I was talking about a little earlier about how I love this fucking so depressing, freezing cold, sense of dread that you get at Christmas. And that's all this movie is. This movie, for the people who don't know, is about a man who is tormented by his wife sharing a fantasy she had about having an affair and going on an odyssey to have one of his own. And he ends up in a den of elite, this secret elite sex party where they realize he's in the wrong space and call him out. And it's legitimately fucking scary. Like, the way Kubrick shoots movies and uses these real dreary tones, it's legitimately frightening. And this whole movie is him wandering around the city, like delving into more depressing shit, like waiting for someone to come and kill him and his family. And it's fucking fantastic. It goes hand in hand with horror. Maybe it's not traditionally a horror movie, but it has that dreary Christmas look I love, and I want to talk about this movie. So it's my number 20. Stanley Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut gets a 9.5 out of 10.
I need to rewatch that, man. I've only ever seen it once when it came out, and I really don't remember it much.
Yeah, I wanted to watch it this week, but the copy that I pre-ordered that was supposed to be released on
Criterion?
November 20. Yeah, it was supposed to be released on November 24th. Still isn't here, so I didn't get to watch it. Yeah, Amazon was like, yeah, we took way too many pre-orders and we don't have them. So I'm still stuck.
That happens up here all the fucking time too.
Yeah, so still waiting on it.
Yeah, I literally can remember like certain parts of it, but as a whole, like I can't remember the movie. It's been 25. When did it come out? 99?
99. Yeah.
So 26 years. I saw it when it came out.
Yeah. This is the amazing part to me about like filmmakers like Kubrick. When this movie came out, people didn't like this movie. And
I was indifferent. I was like kind of middle of the road. I was very disappointed because I was such a big Kubrick fan at that point. Like I'd seen all of his movies at that point, right?
Yeah.
And I was just like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, that's how a lot of people felt. But now we're here 25 years later, and there's a lot you could look into on this movie because I think this movie was doctored because Kubrick actually died before it got released.
The movie was done though.
Yeah, the movie was
all
done,
shot.
but they think there was like there's a conspiracy that a certain scene was replaced, and it kind of does make sense with the end of the movie. But basically, people think Kubrick was trying to warn the world that Hollywood is a breeding ground for pedophiles and child traffickers in 1999.
Yeah. When you say conspiracy,
was that like before or after he shot the moon landing?
Yeah,
I guess
that's exactly. You just stole my joke. I was like, you said conspiracy. I'm like, yeah, well, he shot the moon landing.
I don't know what I believe, but like I see the themes in this movie. And I don't think I don't think Kubrick would have put something like the thing that people theorize has been changed. I don't think Kubrick would have put something in a movie like this that would be so on the nose that would explain that to the audience. I just don't think that's something he would have done. So I don't even know about the whole.
No, his movies, were very, very low key allegories for shit.
Yeah, it's just
I would say
they're movies you digest for years, and then like years after you've seen the movie, you watch again, and you're just like, wow, this is one of the best movies I've ever seen. Like that man was an alien.
Yeah, he was like beyond OCD, right? You ever seen his notes for like the Napoleon movie that he never made?
No. No.
Oh my God, bro. That is.
He researched it for like years.
Dude, it's fucking crazy. It's literally crazy to see what he had prepped for this and never shot. Like, it's fucking wild, man. It's absolutely absurd. But, yeah, you're a cheater. You're a fucking cheater, Tyler.
Yeah, get out of the way.
All right, JP. Dude, come on.
Come on,
you don't
dude.
Understand, dude. You don't even
Bro,
understand
dead fucking air. I'm throwing crickets in there.
What's going on here? It's crazy, man. Fuck this game. This is a big fucking game, man.
Yeah,
What
and
the
I
fuck?
just noticed that Dallas scored fucking a minute into the Leafs game, so go fuck yourself. I'm in the same boat.
All right. My number 20 is actually a movie that when I first started looking at this list, I didn't think would be probably on this list until we actually recorded a show last week and we talked about this movie, and it really just like climbed up my like favorite Christmas movies, and that is There's Something in the Barn. So yeah, we just really talked about this movie last week, so not going to go into it too much, but the dad is hilarious. The elves are really funny. Everything else is great with the American shooting people in the face.
Yeah, the ripping on America jokes are pretty funny in that movie.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, I can. It's funny. I didn't really think this was going to make the list, but it doesn't surprise me either. For me, I've only watched the movie twice, so I couldn't put it there because of just my history with all the other type of films, But that's a good pick, though. I like it. Maybe it'll show up in my 30 to 21 list that we do next year, right, Tyler?
Yeah. Honestly, I gave it a 7. Well, this movie's pretty fun.
It is actually super fun.
Like that's something. That's the thing is like that's something I could digestibly watch like every year or so.
Yeah, no, it's a good time. Okay, so coming in number 20 for myself, we're gonna take it back to 1997 with a film called Jack Frost.
Oh, I gave it an 8 out of 10. By the way, I don't know if I said.
Right. Jack Frost is.
Did you rate Eyes Wide Shut?
9.5 out of 10.
Jesus Christ.
9.5.
Jesus Christ.
So Jack Frost from 1997 is just like one of the goofiest movies ever. Like it's got one of the most absurd premises like ever. Basically about this serial killer that ends up getting killed and he gets transformed into like this, fucking Frosty the Snowman, becomes a serial killer or becomes a killer snowman kind of thing. It's like ridiculous. It's totally like a comedy. One of my favorite things about this movie though is like still I can never get over because I think actually when we reviewed this movie years ago, didn't the director actually comment on our review and said like he disclosed how much he spent on?
I think it was on Twitter.
It was on Twitter. Okay, so
yeah, because wasn't there some myth that the suit was $1 million or something?
No, he spent I think the budget for
like
the film
$100,000.
The budget for the film was like 250,000, but he spent like 100,000 just on the suit, and that was one of the biggest jokes for us because it looks so fucking stupid. Like it looked, especially now that you watch it in high def, it looks so cheap. But the fact that he spent like $100,000 on this suit is so fucking funny to me because it just looks terrible. Like, in fact, most of the movie, like, it's got a really good aesthetic, like Christmas aesthetic and winter feel to it. But the snow in the film is completely. It's just fake. Like all the snow is fake. It's ridiculous. So it doesn't really have that cold feel because you can notice that it's fake. The kills are pretty decent. Shannon Elizabeth's in the film, for a little bit and stuff. Her kills, she dies in the shower. I think she dies in the shower. Yeah. It's kind of like almost like a homage to like Psycho in a sense. But my favorite overall scene in this movie that makes me tear up every single time I watch this is towards the end of the movie when they come up with this bright idea with the antifreeze and they fill the back of this truck full of antifreeze and that's how they're going to kill the fucking serial killer, right? Anyways, they end up disposing of most of the Frosty. Anyways, but there's an arm left. This fucking arm attaches itself to the sun. And the father just grabs the kid and he starts dunking him in this antifreeze in the back of the truck. It's so goddamn fucking funny, man. I lose my mind because if you watch that scene, and I rewind it every single time, the kid comes up for air and he's just gasping. It's like he's drowning his son in this antifreeze. Oh my God, it's fucking funny as hell. It is literally just, it's one of those films, like, it reminds me of like a really low budget, shitty version of like Child's Play. Hence, JP's actually wearing a Chucky fucking hoodie right now. It's kind of ironic, but it's kind of the same premise, right? Like the soul of Charles Lee Ray goes into this doll, but it's kind of the same thing. Like the soul goes into this and creates this like Frosty the Snowman type deal. And it's like full of one-liners and really cheap one-liners and goofiness and shit like that. Stupid decisions by all characters throughout the film and stuff. I do wish it was a little bit gorier, but I always have a fun time with it, man. I think it's a blast. It's an annual watch for me, and it will be for years to come. So I'm going to give that one an 8 out of 10. Jack Frost is a fun ass movie, man. Stupid.
And you know what? It gets better like the more years you go by watching it. Cause I remember when we reviewed it on the show, I just thought it was a bad movie. That movie is fun as hell.
You know what I'm talking about? Well, like when the father's dunking the kid in the antifreeze at the end, is that shit not the funniest part in the movie? Like it is hilarious, dude. That's how he disposes of it. Oh my God. It's so good. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. So yeah, Jack Frost, number 20. Carly.
All right. Number 19 for me. We are going to go with Silent Night, Deadly Night, Part 5. Yeah, this movie is it's fun, you know. It's definitely my favorite, you know, after Part 2 out of those 3, 4, 4, and 5. Part 5 is definitely my favorite one if I'm going to go back to them. And I just think it's a good time, and it reminds me a lot of like a full moon type movie. So,
It does.
because yeah, just like you know, toys go running amok and stuff like that. And it's got one of the weirdest endings ever that I actually forgot about because I hadn't rewatched it in a bit. But yeah, very strange, quirky film, but I think it has the Christmas atmosphere enough with just the toys and stuff like that and the little kid and everything. And anytime I watch it, I end up enjoying my time. So I would give that one a 7 out of 10.
You ever think that like the writers of this film, like they had to be aware, right? They had to be aware of Mickey Rooney's character. Obviously, the history with the real life Mickey Rooney with the silent that's funny in itself. But the name of Mickey Rooney's character is Joe Petto.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's
dude. It's got to be intentional, right? Like it's not like they just my God, dude, that's fucking crazy funny. Though.
Actually, in that book I'm reading, they also talked about this one, and they did say like that name was intentional, and then they said the thing with dude and the first one and everything, they were like, yeah, we knew about that. We called him up, asked him if he wanted to be in this movie. He happily said yes, and then that topic just never came up. No one ever brought it up. He never brought it up, so we just didn't ask him about it. So
you mean to tell me that movie wasn't joining the cast under a different working title? Like it was Silent Night, Deadly Night 5?
It wasn't.
That's what was shocking to me. Like it said that was indeed the title, and they just never.
Because I can see the trickery in Hollywood. They'd be like, "Oh man, you want to come do the movie, The Toy Maker? Sure, man." But it's actually Silent Night, Deadly Night 5.
Right.
That's funny.
Yeah, so it's weird.
So the pedal thing, yeah, because I think every time I watch that movie, it makes me laugh. I'm just like, that's so wrong on so many levels. Like a guy owns a toy store, his name is Pedo. Come on, bro. That's some dark ass comedy right there. But yeah, good choice, Tyler.
Right, number 9. We got our first repeat of the night.
What?
And it is from 2012, Silent Night. So I have a little bit of history with this movie. I think I actually said it on maybe the last show, but this at one point, this was my go-to horror movie. Like every Christmas or Christmas Eve, like this was the horror movie I watched. It was just something I picked up when I first got into horror, and I just really liked this movie at the time. All was the same reasons, kind of like Carly said. It had like the horror it girl of the time, who at least I perceived to be. It's a little bit grittier than the original, and I was in this like when I first got into horror, I almost wanted to just look for remakes of old horror movies I already liked. As dumb as that might sound to someone now, that's what I would do. Like I would like literally.
Yeah, that sounds pretty dumb.
Like Prom Night remake. I was dumb though. Like they're just the internet was it was. What it was in like 2009, 2010. But yeah, this was just a movie I latched onto pretty early, and probably up until maybe like 6 years ago, maybe this was still like the movie I watched every Christmas. So I don't know. I love the wood chipper, the scene. I thought that was always great. This is the cool callbacks in it. But I think, this is just like, I know I'm not the biggest slasher fan, but I think this is legitimately just like a solid holiday slasher. It's got good kills. It's to the point. It's not overwrought with anyone's fucking bullshit drama in it. And I like that about it. So yeah, Silent Night, Deadly Night. I agree with Carly. It's a 6.5 out of 10.
You know what's an interesting thing about Silent Night is that, when you're watching the movie, you're like, are they going to explain why this guy is actually doing what he's doing? And then they do it like right before the credits. It's like they kind of threw in this scene. I'm like,
I was fine with that though. Like I honestly like that. I'd rather them do that than like be like, that's like, well, this is what really happened. And then the character fucking goes on a Scooby-Doo mystery for 25 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a little bit underrated. And honestly, man, I think that Silent Night is shot really well. Like it looks really good. It's got a decent aesthetic to it, even though it's, there's no snow in it, but it does have that Christmas feel and it's sleazy and shit. But that was the time for these remakes, man. Like you guys mentioned before about all these remakes being super sleazy and shit. But I like that about it though.
I almost had you guys have no fucking clue what crazy drama just fucking happened in this game, bro. I
don't know. We're sitting here recording a podcast. I don't know.
I can't even focus, dude. Like I felt like I was having a fucking heart attack over here, bro. Like I'm just like, what is going on? Like this fucking last.
Okay, Charles, settle down over there. Settle down.
Shall I call an ambulance?
Oh my god, dude! Like I'm literally like my heart was beating so fast. I'm sitting there stressing so hard. Like it felt like a goddamn playoff game, dude.
It's probably because you just finished a fucking upside down fucking pizza burger or something like
that. The thing looks so good. So was that just
thing did look good.
Literally just like a burger?
Crack a smile at that joke.
Was that literally just a burger between two slices of pizza?
There's different kinds of pizza burgers. Like I don't know if they're popular in other parts of the country or whatever.
Literally never heard of that.
So there's two ways to make it. You make a regular hamburger with pizza sauce and mozzarella cheese as a topping on just a bun. That's like your standard one. But then other places do it with a full cheeseburger, like you get whatever toppings on it, but inside of two slices of pizza.
Yeah.
What kind of toppings?
I legit want to try that one time because that just sounds so American.
Lettuce and tomato. And
people do, but I don't.
That sounds awful.
I just do the burger with cheese and sometimes mayo if I'm feeling crazy.
I wouldn't do mayo, but I would do like onion and cheese.
I hate.
But if it's two slices, what are the pieces? Like, what are the slices of pizza? Is it just cheese?
Pizza.
Oh, it's pepperoni pizza.
Pepperoni?
Yeah, that's fine. But and then there's extra cheese on the burger.
Yeah, it's a different.
It's American cheese.
So you got American cheese on the burger, which is normal, and then you got the fucking. So putting mayo on there would be weird because it's psychologically it's very odd to put mayo on pizza
twice.
Yeah,
think of like the grilled onions.
It's not really great.
Think of the grilled onions in that combo though. Pretty nice.
Grilled onions I could handle. Like regular onions, no.
I don't like onions both ways. I can eat raw onions, grilled.
I like them both ways, but with a burger, I want grilled onions.
I love raw onions.
Like you cook that shit underneath your burger patty, homie.
I like raw onions.
I like them both actually. If I'm in the mood to have like grilled onions on there or just raw, it doesn't matter.
That would be nice. Nice fusion.
So what were you saying?
Oh, pizza burgers.
Silent Night.
He was done with that.
I think I was done with that.
Yeah, JP, it's your go. Number 19.
Okay, man, I'm like still stressed out, man. Carly just looks disgusted.
I am, dude. Let's come on.
She called you out. She outed you for faking the funk. You're only doing this for a show. You don't even like sports,
bro.
You don't even like sports.
I swear to God, bro.
Dude, that's a funny one that Carly came up with.
I didn't make a peep when the Bruins scored.
Could you imagine? He's not even a sports fan.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's funny.
The Bruins again, their ass whooped too. It was 3-1 after the first.
No, I see the Raiders. Right. The Raiders blew it.
All right, my number 19 is a movie from the year 2010. According to Moodz, it isn't even a Christmas movie. It is Saint, also known as Sint, and it is a Dutch film, I believe.
Yeah, it is, and we actually talked about this too, like the Krampus Day on December 5th or whatever. I think that's where it's taking place or whatever. So
yeah, it actually doesn't. It only takes place on like the 5th.
yeah. So it's Krampus Day. Yeah. Hence
but there is like Christmas presents and Christmas lights and all that shit. So
right.
Christmas enough for me. But yeah, it opens up in like the like fucking 1400s or something. And there's like this bishop who terrorizes this town and then they get revenge on him. And then every full moon after that, he's supposed to, come back and shit. And it's actually a really fun movie. I watched it last night for like a refresh, and I think that like it kind of has a really cool mythology to it, and also it's actually like pretty funny. The dub is so bad, by the way. It's so bad.
I've never watched it with the dub before.
I actually watched it with the dub last night just to see. But like the I guess the Saint Nicholas rides a fucking white horse and shit like that, and he's like jumping from rooftop to rooftop and shit. It's just wild. And it's directed by Dick Moss, who also directed Amsterdam, I believe, as well as The Lift and the remake of The Lift.
Down,
I think.
Yeah, I think it's called Down.
Yeah, killer elevator movie, pair of them. But yeah, it's actually a really solid little Christmas film. It's got good Christmas atmosphere as well. A lot of snow and shit like that. A lot of foggy, like river atmosphere too. Like they're on like the river a good bit in this one too. Or I don't know if it's the ocean. What is it? River?
No, it's definitely river because they're not near the
coastal.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty dope movie. I give it an 8 out of 10.
Cool. Coming at number 19, we're going to take it back to the year I was born, 1980. Directed by the one and only David Hess, To All a Good Night. This is a movie that I've always really enjoyed. Me being such a big slasher fan, this one's kind of underrated. You know, it's an early entry into, you know, the Christmas horror slasher genre. You know, really, I mean, we had, you know, of course, Black Christmas and you know, Silent Night, Bloody Night. You know, you got a couple others in the 70s, but it's an early one. But this one is a little bit different. It's a film that it's hard to talk about without, you know, really kind of spoiling it, but it does something a little bit different and was kind of unique because 1980
it has a really cool reveal.
It does have a really cool reveal in the film. And, you know, like I said, it's very early in the slasher genre too. So to do something completely different was kind of ahead of its time, and it's been duplicated. I mean, I think there's a lot of influence from a lot of films after, maybe, I don't know if specifically to this one, but I feel like there might be. You know, it's a film that's interesting because it takes place at this like all girls type Catholic school or whatever, and of course the dudes show up in their planes and stuff like that. And it's Christmas break. So everyone's gone for the holidays, but they kind of stick around at the school and stuff like that. So it's just like a little bit of R&R, partying, sex and bullshit and stuff. And people start getting picked off. The thing is with the film, it's not like a very Christmas feeling type film because there's no snow. There's a Christmas aesthetic to it, but there's no snow. It's not a cold film. It takes place kind of in a warm climate and stuff like that. So that's the one fault on the film that I feel. But overall, this one, you know, it's got like very interesting characters. Some of the characters are more likable than others and stuff. There's some annoying ones. There's some fun characters and shit. The kills are absurd in this one. The body count's actually quite high. Like there's a lot of kills in this movie. I think when the couple dies by the plane, that kill just makes me laugh because it's so ridiculous. But you know, it's like, it's bloody. It's not overly gory and stuff like that, but it does what it needs to do. And I think what really sells this movie for me is the fact that David Hess directed this film, which is so bizarre to me. It's very, very bizarre. It's
only directing credit, right?
It's his only directing credit, and it's in the same year that he did Last House, The House on the Edge of the Park. It's very odd because it's like, you know, they're similar, but they're not. You know what I mean? They take place in like a one area type thing. You got a bunch of madness that's happening and stuff like that, but it's like completely different. It's just very odd that he directed this movie. I have no idea why he did this movie. I don't think he wrote it.
Honestly, it's very competently directed. Like, it's kind of insane.
It's really good. Like, I mean, I think the one, like I said, you know, the fact that there's no snow in the film, and I think the kills could have been a little bit better. Even though the cool thing about the film, though, the kills are all kind of different, which I respect. You know, it's not just somebody dude walking around like slitting throats the whole fucking film. There's a bunch of different type of kills. You know, the setup is very generic. I mean, by today's standards, but back in those days, you know, it was what it was. It was 1980. There wasn't a lot of slashers. It was the beginning of the boom, right? But good stuff, though. Good stuff. Very unique reveal. Always loved it. And yeah, 8 out of 10 for myself. It's an annual watch for me, man. I watch it every year, and I always scratch my head. I'm like, David Hess did this? It's crazy.
I wish it would get a re-release.
Yeah.
It's funny, I remember.
I feel like Kino probably has. I mean, they picked up a lot of the Scorpion titles in Scream Factory.
It's like MGM too, which is so weird.
I bet you it ends up on that like Kino like cult line.
I would love that.
Yeah,
I
that would be
love
great. That would be great. Yeah.
What's funny though is
Oh, you know
I
what, dude?
remember
Oh my
when
god,
I first
bro!
found when I first found your channel, Moodz, like literally like over a decade ago. I remember you like talking and reviewing this movie. Talking and reviewing this movie. Like,
Really?
yeah, I just
Was
picked
it
up
the
news-
horrific weeks of 1981 or something?
I don't know.
No,
1980.
because this is 1980. You know, I'm
I
looking
think
at
it might have just been an update. And I think you were like, "Yeah, I just picked up the Scorpion Blu-ray from Tomorrow Good Night."
Nice. I'm looking at the back of this, and you are right, JP. It is MGM, but I'm also seeing a 20th Century Fox on here. So guess what? This Blu-ray probably never getting re-released. Well, actually, it's not going to get re-released because Disney fucking owns 20th Century Fox. Fuck. Well, that sucks.
Damn.
Yeah, so it's probably 20th Century Fox.
Well, we don't know for sure that stuck with Fox.
The reason why I'm saying that though, like it's 20th Century Fox is listed
That Blu-ray
first,
is like
and then
what,
MGM, and then of course Kino and Scorpion, right? Because Kino
Is that-
distributed this.
That Blu-ray's got to be what though, like 15 years old.
Yeah, so this is one of the titles, the early titles that when Scorpion signed their distribution deal with Kino, they put this one out. But it was a Scorpion title just put out by.
Has a really good cover.
Yeah, the artwork is really good on this too. Love the colors.
I've always liked the artwork on that.
Really
title.
good stuff. But yeah, fun film. Really fun film.
Nice.
Harley.
So my turn again?
Yeah.
Yep.
Before we start again, I have some news that JP might like. Sidney Crosby has broken the all-time franchise record for the Pittsburgh Penguins points.
Nice.
Passing Mario Lemieux.
Oh, he passed Lemieux finally? Wow.
Pass Lemieux.
There you go, Sid.
Yay.
We should put the show on hold. I'm going to go grab my Crosby jersey and put it on right now.
I've always liked him more though, actually, even like back when he got drafted. So I've always been a Sid guy.
Hell yeah.
All right. My number 18 is Don't Open Till Christmas.
Nice.
Yeah, this is one it was one I always wanted to watch and for years and years, and I finally watched it just a few years ago for the first time, and I enjoyed the concept of, Santa Clauses are being killed rather than the Santa Clauses being the killers. I also like, this one also has kind of a gritty scene to it. I like movies like in grimy areas. It feels like New York, but I know it's not. Yeah, and then
it's a UK film.
Yeah, it feels like Maniac-esque and stuff like that. So I dig that. And then you got like, the peep shows and the strippers and stuff like that going on. So it is sleazy and that is what I enjoy. So this is another one. Like I said, I only saw recently, just a few years ago for the first time. So, but as the years go on, I try to keep giving it more watches, and I tend to like it more each time. So I would give that a 7 out of 10 as well.
Yeah, this movie was like, it's such a fucking, well, we probably talked about last year because it was on my top 10 list, but this movie was like plagued with like issues with directors. I think there was like 2 or 3 different directors on the movie and stuff. And like, it was kind of pieced together from all the shit that they shot and stuff. But I feel like when you watch it and you didn't know that, you wouldn't really notice. I mean, there's some narrative things that are like, what the fuck? And it kind of bounces all over the place and stuff. But the end result for Don't Open Till Christmas is actually quite compelling. Like you said, my favorite thing about it is Santa Claus is not doing the killing. They're being killed off. And there's some funny ass kills, like when that Santa like gets burnt up and shit, like the chestnuts roasting. It's fucking hilarious, bro. That shit kills me every time, man. And then you got that really weird Carolyn Monroe fucking cameo in the film where she's like singing and shit. That is fucking wild weird, man. That's such a weird one. Yeah, one of my favorites. I love that movie. It's great stuff. Good pick.
What did you rate that?
I give that one a 7 too.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so that would be back to me. So I got a movie from 2011 directed by Joe Zarul, and it's actually a film we covered 2 years ago on the podcast when we were prepping for 2011. And that is A Cadaver Christmas.
They're not zombies. They're cadavers.
Exactly.
That's the best part.
This is another one of those movies I saw in that like early influential era. Same thing on with Silent Night. And I remember watching a couple years after that and liking it a lot. And I had a lot of fun revisiting it when we did it again 2 years ago. And every time I've just like I've liked it on revisit. I just like that whole line is something I'll never forget. Like they're not bodies, they're cadavers. And that just like fucking weirdo with the glasses that's got that big drunk dude that like his alcoholism plays into like them becoming the heroes. And this is just like it's a fun siege movie at the morgue. It's wicked low budget, but it's a low budget movie that's done really well. And it's like the actors really get into these over the top characters, and they play it well. And it's a fun movie. It's very short. It goes right by. It's a very digestible movie that you can watch at least every couple years and just at least have like a good time with, which is kind of the goal of some of these Christmas movies anyway. I think like with Christmas movies, there's like the real depressing movies that you might find later in some people's lists, and then there's like the fun Christmas movies like this. And there's obviously a place for both. And this one is a pretty good, underseen and underrated one. I'm going to stick with the same rating I gave it on that show and give it a 7 out of 10.
Who released the Blu-ray?
I have no idea.
What partner label? What partner label, JP?
Oh, a partner label put that out?
Yeah.
How did I miss that?
I didn't think they did.
Yeah, I would have picked that up.
I don't think they did.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure. I think it does have a Blu-ray, but I don't think it's from them.
I'm pretty sure the Blu-ray is like really old.
It wasn't.
I think it's like Scream Team or something released it, I think.
Oh, it could be. You know what? That's what I'm thinking of. I think it is Scream Team, actually. They distributed it for sure. Yeah, I never grabbed that Blu-ray. I'm still rocking like the old ass DVD of that. Right. I think it is Scream Team. You're right.
Yeah, I have the old ass DVD too.
Shit.
It is Scream Team.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually. You know what? They even had a copy, actually, at the Scream Team
Wasteland.
table at Wasteland. They did.
Yeah.
All right, JP.
All right, my number 18 is a movie that was mentioned already tonight, and that is 1980s To All a Good Night, directed by David Hess. Rewatching this movie this time again, I'm like, if this movie just had snow and Christmas atmosphere, I think people would like elevate it even higher to like very classic level. You know what I mean? Because it's like very Black Christmas, like just, you know, a little like a lot of films in the 80s and 70s and stuff, a little slower paced and stuff like that. And it's very, I don't want to say slow burn, but it's very chill. It's a very chill movie to watch. Yeah. And I like that about it a lot. It's also got like a really cool reveal that, you know, the more you think about it and stuff, like it hadn't really been done before, and it took a really long time for it to be done again. And it's kind of cool. You wonder if like, you know, it might have had some influence on another popular horror film.
I know it's funny. You almost want to say it, but you don't want to say it, right?
Yeah. But I like that about it. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I like the sorority, or not really sorority, but like, you know, the college setting, all girls school thing that's going on. It's pretty cool. I like the big house and stuff. And I like movies that are just like so simple and just different, that don't exist anymore. Like a bunch of people just like going out and like spending time together, like no cell phones or technology and stuff. It's a very like low key movie. You know, some nudity and stuff in there too, which is pretty cool. But overall, yeah, really, I've always liked this movie, but I'd say like recently, the last 2 times I've watched it, it's come up on my list a lot more.
I swear last episode you said you didn't even like this movie. You're like, To All a Good Night. He's like, it's not even that good. I swear you said it wasn't even that good. I was like, what the fuck? I was not expecting this to be on your list, actually. Interesting.
Why did we bring it up last time?
I don't know if it was last show or the show before. It got brought up sometime.
Maybe I was the one that was like, it's not even.
No, I think you were asking us to do it, and I was like, no. And I was just saying because we already did it, I think.
Yeah, I forgot that we'd review. Fuck, I reviewed way too many movies, bro.
It wasn't that I didn't like it. It's just that like I didn't want to do it because I was pretty sure we already did it.
Yeah, we did.
So yeah, 8 out of 10 on to All a Good Night.
Sweet. All right, so back up to Carly.
All right. Where are we at? All right.
17.
Yeah. 17. I know, guy. I'm just saying things. Okay, number 17 for me is a movie with 40 different titles. I wrote down Dial Code Santa Claus, though, as my chosen title. I think this one is also known as Deadly Games and something Pierre
Noel.
Yeah, that. There's other ones too, but yeah, this is one I saw for the first time whenever they put it on Shudder, and I think Joe Bob did it, and I had a fun time with it. I don't really.
Hold on, I don't mean to interject, but I'm pretty sure we skipped Moodz.
I thought we did too, actually, and I just got scared.
Yeah, I was like, hold on a second. No, JP
because Moodz was the one who was like, all right, go ahead, Carly, and I was like,
yeah,
Moodz
because I was like,
himself.
Did I literally skip myself?
Yeah, because I was just thinking, because I just obviously I just left for a minute for the people listening and not watching. I just left for like a minute to take a leak.
Moodz was before me,
and I came back. No,
I went last.
Carly, Carly, me, Moodz. Yeah.
Dude, what a fucking moron!
I got back as JP was wrapping up, and I got confused. She was like, "Wow, did they go that fast when I was in the bathroom?"
Bro, I'm straight up retarded. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was about to ask, like, what's Moodz number 8? Because I have the stat tracking pulled up over here.
Oh my god. Okay. So Carly, hold those thoughts.
Okay. I was like, what do we do now?
Damn, bro. All right. So my number 18. Holy shit. I don't think that's ever happened before. That's crazy. All right. So number 18 is from 2003, which I feel like that date has changed on IMDb, I swear. And that's Dead End. Was this movie always a 2003 movie on here?
I don't know. It might have been a 2004.
I think it was.
I think I've seen 2004 other places.
I swear it was 2004 on IMDb once before. So, yeah, because when I looked it up when I was rewatching it the other night, I was like 2003. I'm like, I swear it was 2004. But anyways, yeah, Dead End is another one of those films that's set on Christmas. It doesn't really have much Christmas aesthetic to it. Really, the most Christmas things you see in the film are in the back of the vehicle. You see presents. You know, they talk about it being on Christmas and stuff. There's no real snow. It's not cold and stuff. It's basically about this family that's traveling to go to, their family Christmas thing. And it's Dead End is a weird film. If you've never seen it before, it's hard to talk about. You really can't really mention a lot of things about it. It is,
but it also totally fits in just the historical context of Christmas. Like in terms of like time to tell ghost stories. Like, yeah, this kind of encapsulates that a good bit.
Like A Christmas Carol. It almost is that, but it's not. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In a sense, like it's like a different version of like A Christmas Carol, the story. So, but I always really enjoy this, man. I like the characters in this film. Of course you've got,
Ray
Wise, who's great as the father in the film. His wife is Lynn Shay.
She's great in this too.
Yeah, dude. When she fucking starts losing her mind, dude,
eating that pie.
Oh my god! In the back seat when she's eating the pie, holy
so
shit!
Dude.
Like,
yeah, it's really like a standout performance for Lynn Shay because, like, she gets to really like have fun with the role. You could tell it was probably a lot of fun for her.
Let me ask you guys something. Like, when you first watched Dead End, did you see the reveal coming in this film, or did you have no idea where this thing was fucking going?
No, I felt like it was exactly that's where it was going.
See, I watched it in 2003 or 4, so
I watched it like last year.
I don't think I was as savvy with movies back then, so I don't think I did.
I was literally a little kid when this came out.
Yeah, I watched it last year. I watched it last year. I'm like, wow, I'm watching a movie called Dead End. I wonder.
And actually, to be honest, like watching it in because I had used to watch that movie over and over again when I was a kid, and then I just watched it again for the first time in recent years, and even now I was too dumb. I was like, I don't remember how this ends. So, like, I was too dumb to like put it together.
I don't mean how it ends. I mean like the reveal, though.
Yeah.
I feel like this movie, it plays us all, like it plays all its cards right at the end. Like it just tells you exactly, like there's no head scratching moment. Like, I mean, I guess it could be a head scratching moment, but I mean, it reveals everything to a point where like, oh, okay. But I remember watching this film back in the day and having no idea what the fuck was going on until the reveal happens. And you're like, oh shit, that's actually really fucking cool. Because it's like clear as day what happens. Very interesting to watch this film after we just watched It Ends.
Yep.
Tyler, right? Like it's kind of interesting to watch this one.
It's like dead end, but they figure it out in 10 minutes.
Right. It's very much kind of similar, but it's not. I think it's pretty cool. There's moments in the film that are creepy and stuff like that. And it's amazing how such a simple premise can be so engaging. I know what the reveal is every time I watch this, but I'm so engaged by the characters in this film. And it's a good ride, for a lack of a better term. Dead End, great film, man. Really, really fun film. And I'm going to give that 8.5 out of 10.
Nice.
Yeah. Carly.
Let me guess, Carly. Dow Code Santa Claus. I'm just taking a shot in the dark.
How did you know? OMG. Okay, so let's try that again. Number 17, I have Dow Code Santa Claus, aka a bunch of different titles. Blah, blah, blah. First watched it on Joe Bob, blah, 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 blah. And I dug it, and I was going to say, like, it's a subtitled movie, and so I can be one of those lazy people, especially, like, if I'm rewatching, I don't, like, a Halloween or Christmas movie or something. My immediate thing isn't to, like, throw on a subtitled one. Like, a lot of times I just want to watch a classic, easy to throw on movie, such as, Black Christmas or something like that. But with this one, I've come to rewatch this a few times, and I don't mind the subtitles, and I think it's fun / pretty creepy and disturbing. Just like the Santa killer guy, he's this creepy vagrant that happens upon this kid, and the way he spray paints his beard to kind of look more like Santa Claus, but he's just a really creepy looking guy. He's super sinister. And, I like how this kid is trying to also protect his grandpa, who is super blind in the film. And yeah, this was also mentioned in that book I've been reading. And, the director basically said he got the idea from these machines did exist in France, these weird like Dow code machines. And he used one to look something up. I forget what he said he was looking up, but then he was like, and I think it was like a mistake came back, not what he wanted. So he was like, hey, wouldn't it be a cool idea if a little innocent little kid went and tried to contact Santa John and ended up contacting a crazy dude. So that's how they made the film. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say after watching Home Alone.
Well, and then they bring up he interviewed the director too, or whoever in this book, and they do bring up the whole Home Alone thing, and says like, oh, yeah, they eerily ripped us up, like something like stupid. And I always like, this doesn't feel that much. It really doesn't feel that much like Home Alone to me, to where it's like he like in the book he's like, yeah, and that's undoubtedly where the director of Home Alone must have saw the film, was because you could only see it like in France. He must have been at one of those screenings or something like that. But
it is very coincidental, right? Like Home Alone.
It is, but it's just not that similar.
Yeah,
me.
It's not that. Like, well, it's the
still
concept.
the premise. It's the concept of the kid being home alone and just having to defend off somebody. It's the base is there, and it's very eerily similar. I mean, fuck, dude. There's so many times in cinema history where you're like,
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe who directed Home Alone? John Hughes?
Christopher Columbus.
I mean, it's entirely possible. I mean, a lot of times in in those days, like directors really did like go to the cinema a lot. Like they would try to see like everything, you know.
It wouldn't surprise me if Columbus actually saw Deadly Games.
In France.
It wouldn't surprise me. So
Yeah.
But who knows? We'll actually never know.
Right.
Yeah, but
That's
Yeah,
a pretty
I
cool
think it's
book,
cool.
man. Like that to get that information is pretty wild.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to read that shit. I thought I bought a copy, but apparently we just bought a copy to share, and Carly stole it from me.
Oh fuck! She
No,
probably
dude, I
fucking paid for it, bro.
I did. I'm the one who
I
bought it.
probably
We didn't
paid
share.
for it.
We didn't share the expense on that. No, I bought that, and
Yeah.
I was.
You know what's very interesting about this, JP? If you guys lived together, you wouldn't have to worry about that shit. She could put
That's
it down.
the
You could just pick it
point,
right
yeah.
up. You could just pick it
Right.
right up.
All right, but my Vincents are staying with me.
No,
You
one
can't
day
touch
all our
them. You can't touch
I'm
them.
gonna lick them and stuff. I'm gonna like put them up my butthole. It's gonna. There's a lot of things are gonna happen with this.
Oh.
No, but anyway, as I was saying. Okay, so anyway, this is I would give this a 7 out of 10 as well
All right.
and stuff.
All right. Oh God, here we go. All right. My number 7 comes from the year 1972, and it's from director Freddie Francis. It is Tales from the Crypt.
Oh my
Didn't you have this last year?
No,
I sworn you did.
no, I didn't.
Can't.
But yeah, this is the anthology film, and the first segment is Christmas.
The
segment.
only Christmas one.
the only Christmas one.
But it is a really like iconic Christmas.
Yeah,
and
I would
that's-
have.
That's what
Coming
I'm
in
kinda
number
was-
17 for myself is the remake of that from the Tales from the Crypt TV series.
Well, like, that's kind of what I was gonna get. That's kind of what I was gonna get at. That it's not that this like it's just a random Christmas segment in an anthology. This is a very iconic segment that was even remade, like we just said in the TV show, which is also just an iconic episode.
Yeah.
Like there's also a Christmas segment in Dead of Night. But when I think of Dead of Night, I think of the ventriloquist one, the lyrical of the segment, like above anything else. Like that's the first thing my brain goes to. I think that's the case with most
Well,
anthologies.
it's the best one, yeah.
Yeah, like that's the case with most anthologies. You mention an anthology, and your brain goes to like Trilogy of Terror, it goes right to the doll, the Zulu doll. Like it's like that for pretty.
The Zulu doll's in all three.
In Trilogy of Terror.
Oh no, it's just in the last one. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah,
Karen Black. I'm having fucking moments.
Karen Black's in all three.
Yeah, exactly.
Karen Black's
You
the
got her
one.
mixed up with the doll.
The Zuni
Well,
fetish
she kind of
doll.
looks the same, man.
But yeah, but when you think of this segment, I think most people would think of the Christmas segment, and it's definitely the most iconic. And
Yeah, 100%.
and all these are good. All these are good. This is one of those
It's a great
two where-
anthology.
This is a very good anthology, and they're all short too. Like this is a 93-minute movie with like 5 stories, and the wraparound's even really good too. But
Yeah,
for
no,
the sake
it's
of-
solid as hell, man, for sure.
So for the sake of being a Christmas show, though, we'll just talk about the first segment, which is the Christmas one. And it's basically this wife wants to get rid of her husband, and she goes ahead and stages a little murder, but she's gonna have some Christmas bad luck, and there's someone on the run from a insane asylum that's a murderer dressed as a Santa Claus, and wouldn't you know it? And it's just like that classic little story. It's just that classic Tales from the Crypt. Like the character gets their comeuppance, the character gets their comeuppance for being a piece of shit or getting greedy or something. And this one just comes together real well. Since it's the early 70s, it's that I love seeing this era and even earlier on film because the further you get into these into Christmas movies, the more commercialized you can see Christmas getting. Where I feel like the older you get, there's these like real like nice like always like decorated homes, and there's almost like a wholesomeness and like celebrity to like Christmas in this era, and this like really captures that. So when you like intertwine this has got like that giallo red blood in it that it uses. When you get to like mix it with that and a killer Santa that like when this guy shows up, he's all disgusting and rugged looking. It's just really good, and it's just a great way to start for an anthology. I do think this is the best one, but I would overall the anthology is really good. It's got a really good cast too. I hadn't watched this movie in a few years, but I recognize some actors I didn't recognize from last time, like Patrick McGee. That just made me go like, damn, dude, this movie had some production value to it. But yeah, check this one out.
I mean, it was Amicus, man. Amicus always did really good.
Yeah, it just I always get like surprised when I like see these movies that I saw years ago that I never thought anything of. Then I see these actors and like these great like this is a British movie, so like I've seen him in a bunch of like big like great British movies from this time period now, and it's like it's funny to go back to it and see like that's the guy that gets destroyed in the Clockwork Orange.
So let me ask you something. Do you prefer, the segment in Tales from the Crypt, the film, to the remake from the Tales from the Crypt TV series?
I'd have to rewatch them again to have a real good answer for that, but I think I lean towards the older one just because of that. I mean, it'd be nice to see in the 90s too, though, so I don't know, man. But this one's fresh in my mind, so I guess I'll go with this one. But I really feel like I have to rewatch them to compare. But I would imagine they're pretty comparable, at least from my memory. They seem like that too.
I watched it every couple years.
I think I like the movie version better than the TV show. I think it's creepier.
I think that Larry Drake in the TV series is fucking bad shit, man. Like him as the killer Santa Claus is fucking bad shit.
I think I like the Larry Drake version a little bit.
Yeah, I actually do too. I love Tales from the Crypt as an anthology as a whole. I think it's great, but I love the Tales from the Crypt TV series remake. I think it's great. It's absolutely great.
Yeah, that one is going to get a 7 out of 10 for me.
All right. Coming in at number 17 for me is one that actually I hadn't watched in a handful of years. And then when I was just watching some stuff for this show, I rewatched it and it kind of hit. And that is Red Christmas from the year 2016. This one is pretty interesting. So if there's an abortion clinic bombing, and this one's set in Australia too. And there's like a baby that was somehow not, I didn't really like, they don't really explain how a whole ass live baby is there. But there's a baby that the people who blew it up take, and then they're kind of pieces of shit. And it takes place 20 years later, and Dee Wallace and her family are having a get together for Christmas. And this guy shows up in a cloak who sounds kind of crazy. And he's basically telling him he wants to read a letter that he wrote to his mom.
Well, he's got Down syndrome.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Yeah. Well, that's why she was getting the abortion in the first place. They specifically say that because she'd already gone through having.
Yeah, but he's a little.
I'm just saying that.
Yeah, well, it's kind of crazy.
Not just like the Down syndrome.
Yeah, we're not saying.
No, of course. I mean, the look of him is supposed to be the product of getting the abortion, which is completely absurd.
It failed.
Yeah,
getting the failed abortion, but and he's like, basically Dee Wallace is allegedly his mom. And he gets rejected, so he gets all pissed off, and and she actually has another son that has Down syndrome. The
best character in the movie, Jerry, man. Jerry's awesome. Yeah. I love Jerry so much, man.
Jerry's great, man. But yeah, it doesn't have like the complaint that I had with this movie is one, I thought like it was a little ridiculous and cheesy at times with like the villain, like his voice and stuff like that. And then the fact that I felt like there was no Christmas atmosphere. Now on rewatch, I actually find it like maybe I'm getting more emotional in my older age or whatever, but like I find it actually like very sad, and like you really feel for this guy. And then also there is more like they substitute the Christmas atmosphere of like snow and stuff like that with really cool lightings in the back half of the film, like bright reds and greens and stuff like that. That I guess maybe I just didn't really notice or pay attention.
So you have to understand something that so Christmas in Australia is in the mid summer.
Yeah.
Right. So it's super fucking hot when they have their Christmases there. Hence why there's no snow. But you're right, though, like the aesthetic of inside the house with the lights and the way it's shot, it's very neon. It's very reminiscent of like Christmas, Bloody Christmas kind of thing. It's it's very aesthetically done proper. But yeah, like it's Australia, Christmas, you're going to have no snow.
Yeah, I think it does the best job of setting a Christmas atmosphere out of. There's so many movies we see that are like Christmas in California or Christmas, in a bad, like there's no snow or anything. They don't even attempt it, and I feel like this movie does a good job of like reminding you it is indeed Christmas.
Right.
Yeah, without the benefit of having the cold weather and the snow. But yeah, I like rewatching it this time. I'm like, man, this movie's actually like pretty damn good. Like. And I think I was kind of down. Like I've always liked it, but I think I was a little more down on it before. But I'm like, dude, this is pretty damn good. And I think that there's some cool kills in there and stuff too. Everybody's acting is really good. I really kind of dug the like family dynamic of like them kind of like beefing and like bickering and stuff like that.
Typical families at Christmas, right? You get together, you're gonna have you're gonna have some moments where you don't agree with people and you let it shine. And that's what happens here. Yeah.
And I think like obviously it has the whole abortion angle, which is like a very talked about subject.
Let me ask you something.
Stuff like that.
Let me ask you something. Red Christmas commentary. So
I'm saying, is it pro-life or pro-choice?
Is it pro-life or pro-choice? So I've been very outspoken about my beliefs of like, I am very, very pro-choice. Like, I feel like people can do whatever the fuck they want. I don't care. In this film, the biggest criticism I read online and stuff, people are like, oh, this pro-life shit and fucking blah, blah, blah. But then you get the other half of the people are like, no, it's pro-choice. What are your views on it? What do you think that they're trying to portray? Or maybe they do a little bit of both. Maybe it's a little bit of pro-life. Maybe it's a little bit of pro-choice at the same time.
I think that's what the director says he intended was
to do both, really,
because he said he doesn't really have a strong opinion either way.
Yeah,
but I feel like the movie ends up coming off more pro-life. However, I think the main message of the movie is pro-be nice. Like that's the message I get from the movie, because it's like they're mean to this person. Even though he was attempted to be aborted, he was still looking for acceptance now. And the now part is the problem that basically causes everything to go wrong.
There's a lot of layers to this film. There really is.
Yeah, because they also paint the people who blew up the abortion clinic as very evil and awful too. So it's like obviously that is sort of
because those pro-lifers are fucking insane. Those pro-lifers are insane.
Where he was trying to sort of like be middle ground or whatever. But I do think that like most people who would watch this would come away with it thinking that it's pro-life. But
well, it's funny because if you look at Dee Wallace's character, like her angle is definitely pro-choice, right? Like she made the choice to abort, but she made the choice, and they explained it away why she didn't want to, like she would never have just gotten the abortion if it wasn't for her husband dying of cancer and already having a child with Down syndrome and knowing that her husband's going to die. She can't raise 2 children with Down syndrome when she already has other fucking kids and stuff. It's too much. Like that's where the pro-choice angle comes in. It makes sense why she was doing it. She's not getting the abortion as a form of like fucking birth control. I don't believe in that. I think that's kind of bullshit. People need to be responsible and take responsibility for their mistakes and shit like that, or just fucking the asshole. You don't get pregnant in the butt. So, but what I'm saying is like, so you have the pro-choice angle and then you have the pro-life on the flip side. Right. So it's definitely doing both. I can see where he's coming from. It's a very complicated film. And every time I watch it, it makes me laugh too, because they make
the thing is, I think most people most rational people take it as, this director kind of just making a movie about this stuff. And, there's not a strong statement either way. Yeah. But I think most people who are very, very pro-choice instantly see it as horrible, because I've seen a lot of that online.
What do you mean horrible? Like I'm very pro. Like I think people have the right to make their own decisions, right? So if I just don't believe in, like I said, using it as a birth control. I think that's kind of bullshit.
Yeah. Well, I think that because the typically the people that are like very super super far left, you know what I mean? They're the ones that get like outraged very easily, and so whenever they see even a slight, you know, middle ground or not just fully pro choice, they think it's bullshit. And if you read a lot of reviews online, like there are people that are like, this is pro life propaganda bullshit, you know what I mean? So but I think
if you're calling out pro-life, then they're pro-choice then.
There might be something about that. There might be something similar with another movie we might talk about later, actually.
I think it's actually better than people give it credit for. Like the body count's very high in this. There's a lot of good kills. There's a sad fucking moment with Jerry, but it's kind of poetic in a sense, right? Because I think the director did that purposely to have Dee Wallace make a mistake with Jerry, right? Like, I mean, that's calculated, right? That's not just coincidental given what the narrative of the film is, right? That she ends up killing both her kids. Like, it's kind of fucked up, bro. Like, when you actually think about it, it's like mental. Oh,
and it actually is such a fucking downer movie too. Like, I forgot how much of a downer it is,
bro. The end of like Dee Wallace's character, man, is fucking wild, man.
Yeah, Dee Wallace is really good in this one.
She's really good, and I honestly think that her performance is a standout, like almost in her career too, because she really fucking shows the emotion hard. Like, she must have really felt the material. Because she really gives it. Like, she's not calling this one in at all. You know what I mean? Like, she's not phoning in this in one bit. Right. Like, she really put it like 100% effort into this, and it shows on screen. I think it really does. I think the reveal when you see the aborted well, his name is Cletus. It's kind of a joke in itself, because Cletus rhymes with fetus. Like, come on, bro. Like, that is fucking funny.
he looks like fucking Sloth from the Goonies, bro.
Look like Sloth. That's what I thought too. I was like, what the fuck? But like, it's so over the top with how they designed the Cletus character. But I think it's pretty cool though. Man.
Yeah, I think the voice choice was like something that bothered me like the first time I watched it, but like, I'm cool with it now. Like, I think it works.
Jerry's actually really good in the film. Like, for a guy with Down syndrome to like do what he does in the film, he's obviously super high functioning.
Amazing, bro.
He's super high functioning.
But still, I mean, it's incredible. Like that they actually, went and casted this guy. Like, that's awesome.
Yeah, man. You know what's actually really fucking crazy, dude? When I was rewatching this film,
and he's fucking funny, dude. Like the cream pies and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, he's the best character in the film. Like, because most of the characters are pretty shitty. Like, look at the one daughter's husband, who is the creepy fucking preacher. And so they play that angle in the film too. He's like all peeking in there. He's I'm just looking for my keys. Yeah, bullshit. You're looking for your keys, kind of thing, right? You're fucking peeping Tom over here, bro.
And then the pregnant daughter kind of sucks too. She's like smoking weed while pregnant and shit.
Oh, but the daughter that's married to the preacher is the worst character. Like, she's just over the top ridiculous. Like, everything's got to be this way, or like, you're a piece of shit. And like, fuck off, man. Like, whatever, man.
They have some like good dialogue in the argument scenes. Like, I think like the argument scenes like are done really well. Like, everybody acted really well. The dialogue was good.
Yeah, for sure, man. I think the first kill is pretty ridiculous in the film with the daughter that's allergic to the peanuts, and she fucking gets hacked and right in half.
Yeah.
It's like ridiculous, but man, there is some good kills in this film. Good inside aesthetic to it, man. High body count, vicious. I think this movie is crazily overrated. I mean, people that are insanely underrated. I think that like if you're super political, I can see where, you look at this and you go, well, the director had an agenda. What is it? And then you shape the form from there. And
my thing with that though too, and I've always stood by this. Like, I don't care if the director has an agenda. Like, let him have an agenda.
I know,
but like, is it distracting from the film?
What's the difference between a specific agenda or just having commentary? It's the same fucking thing. We talk about commentary in films all the time.
Yeah. Like, I don't care if I agree with the person or not. Like,
absolutely.
I just don't want it to be shoved down my face in a way that it doesn't pertain to the actual film or the plot.
Right.
Like, that's where like Black Christmas 2019,
which is not a film movie.
Where I feel propaganda. Like that is that case where this movie, I think that it fits the plot. It makes sense. It's like part of the movie. it works. Like, I don't care if he's flat out saying by the end of the movie, I'm pro-choice, or if he's flat out saying I'm pro-life. I don't care what this guy's political
I know
beliefs are.
it's interesting to talk about, right? Because there's angles of both arguments, pro-life and pro-choice, right? And I'm fine with it. At the end of the day, it's entertainment, and I'm here for the kills, and we got a lot more. So good stuff.
Yeah. So I give A Red Christmas an 8 out of 10.
Sweet. All right. What are we on, number 17 here?
Yeah.
All right. So number 17 for myself, we're going to take it back to 2008 with The Children. So
Have you checked The Children?
have you checked The Children? You know what? You actually said that when we reviewed this with Parker on that Christmas episode years
Did
ago.
I?
And you know why I know that? Because I went back and listened to this because I wanted to remind myself of how big of assholes you guys were to me, because you all thought I was fucking insane on that episode when I came up with my theory of this. It's funny because I was like reading through the comments and stuff like that, and there were some people that actually agreed with me. And one of the agreements was
we have
Brock
like
Bones.
10% retards.
It was fucking Brock Bones. He was like, I always thought there was something more to that shit. Fucking blah, blah, blah.
Exactly.
I think Brock Bones is the best person to take advice from.
Yeah, he's like, it was Brock Bones of all people, the genius.
It was something I didn't even realize because I never even responded to his comment because I must have.
I honestly love Brock Bones, though. I'm not even kidding.
Oh, Brock! So, man, shout out to Brock Bones, man. If you're listening, I doubt he is. But yeah, he's a character and a half. That dude for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, so The Children is a film. This is a great example of a Christmas film that's it has a Christmas aesthetic to it a little bit, but it takes place between Christmas and New Year's, right? So the idea of the film is, these families and friends, they're getting together for like holiday type thing or whatever, spend years together. Anyways, when the film first starts, they get there and they do the Christmas thing, right? But it kind of jumps forward a little bit time, and it's, heading towards like New Year's. So it takes place in that time, but you still have that aesthetic throughout the film. The story is basically the kids end up getting sick. There's some type of virus that's infecting them, and it ultimately turns them into vicious fucking calculated killers. And that's what makes this movie so interesting, because it's a family thing, and these kids are doing the most repulsive and insane shit to their parents, and they're the only ones that are affected by this so-called virus. So my argument when we first reviewed this film was, I always felt like there was a little bit more going on here than just a virus. And Parker, it's like, listen back to the review. It made me laugh. He's like, no, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. No. You guys were such assholes. You wouldn't even let me fucking talk. It was crazy. But it's so like, it makes complete sense that it is a virus. And of course, you have on the flip side where one of the fathers is actually a guy that deals with this type of stuff. That's his job. He deals with viruses, and he's like a scientist and blah, blah, blah. So it kind of makes sense. But my argument for the whole thing was, it could very well be just a virus that infects these kids and only kids, and they do crazy shit. But to me, it's like, it's way more fun to think of it as like, it's like almost like an inherent evil. Because why are these kids, like, generally when you get infected with a virus, you're either sick or you're not calculating to do these vicious murders and stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's where I feel like there's something else going on here. I mean, a virus that only infects children. Yeah, it's a stretch. It's possible. It is what it is. But I feel like if there's more going on with like inherent evil, and in the way I look at it though, like these kids, they're sick, but they're not sick. They're literally calculating what they're doing. They're vicious fucking killers. It's like something has invaded their fucking bodies. It's almost like this like supernatural, like invasion of the body snatchers type thing that's going on in this film. I'm probably totally overanalyzing this, but I rewatched this the other night and I was like, man, I'm sticking to my guns on this, man. If it's just straight up, if we talk to the director and he says it's just straight up virus and that's what he intended, fine, so be it. I'm still going to stick with my theory. Fuck you guys. I don't care. But it's like the way this film progresses and stuff, and like towards the end of the film when all these kids like come out of the woods, and I'm like, okay, I mean, why is it just kids? They don't really explain this in the film. You can't explain this, that a virus is just, you know, intruding these kids and making them do shit. But why are they so calculated? Why are they killing the parents off? Because they're fucking evil. Because they're little shits. Fuck kids, right, Carly?
Right.
Exactly. They drain all your money and energy, and then you know what? They repay you with killing you. Fucking little assholes. Yeah, so this movie right here, of course, you know, it takes place between, like I said, Christmas and New Year's, and of course, it is actually like a snowy film. And they filmed this like in real snow. It's actually cold out and stuff, so pretty cool. Good, some decent kills in this. But there's a lot of choices that you have to make in this movie that really kind of makes the movie. It's like, once these parents realize these kids are not normal and they're doing crazy shit, like, how do you, like, as a person with morals and, you know, how do you deal with this? Like, it's either you or them. And I like these decisions that are made within the film and stuff. I think it really kind of works and stuff. But the end of the movie is just, it's tragic, man. It's crazy. It's an effective film. It's hard. It makes you think over and over again. Say what you will. I'm sticking to my guns on the inherent evil, and it's more than just a virus. But because what I get out of it, I think this movie's fantastic, man. It's a really, really good film. 8.5 out of 10 for myself. Have you guys rewatched this since, or watched this thing? No.
What
Tyler,
is
have you actually ever even seen it?
I saw it once a very long time
The Children?
ago.
Yeah.
I didn't like it.
Yeah, I like The Children.
You said you didn't like it?
Yeah.
Ben, you're like the only person I've ever heard say that they didn't like The Children. That's crazy.
Yeah, what's wrong with the fucking Children, bro?
I don't know. It was a long time ago. I couldn't tell you anything about it. I remember I didn't like it.
Well, you need
It's
to
a
rewatch
killer
it.
kid movie,
It's
dude.
a fucking good movie, bro.
I never
The fact
seen
that like
it either.
parents have to like make these decisions to kill their own kids and shit like that, and like, it's fucked, man. It's such a fucked up idea. It's hardcore.
Mm-hmm. It's good. All right.
Carly.
All right, number 16. We have To All a Good Nizzle.
All a good dizzle.
Yes, Night. To All a Good Night. The David Hess movie that has been said, I think, twice already.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, this one is another one I had only really seen in recent years, but I like it. I would say the biggest downfall for me is this one really lacks in Christmas atmosphere out of it. Probably everything on my list I have here. Well, maybe not. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, we'll see. But yeah, it just, you kind of forget it's a Christmas movie at times until, you know, you see like Santa Claus pop up again. You're like, oh yeah. But besides that, you know, I think it's a serviceable slasher. I think it's pretty unique for the time, for being like an earlier slasher in general, really. And I like the setting. I really tend to enjoy, I was thinking this was like a college sorority, but yeah, it's like more of like a boarding school or a Catholic school or something like that. But yeah, I like movies set in like sororities or, you know, just boarding schools where it's like a bunch of girls or boys or whatever stuck in the school setting. So I think that's pretty cool. And yeah, it you know, it definitely has its own like tropes with like pranks and stuff like that too. Like you got in all these early slashers.
Very common.
Yes, yeah, it's always like a very similar thing, and you know, a revenge type plot and stuff like that. But yeah, so I give To All a Good Night 7 out of 10.
Nice. Yeah, it's also just like comfort food. Like slashers of this era are just so like chill, you know?
Yeah, like I mean,
It's
like
just
this.
like-
Yeah, I enjoy it as a slasher more so than like a Christmas movie.
Yeah. It's like, it definitely looks like it was like in like somewhere in California or something where the shit's set.
They probably
Yeah.
did shoot in
I think
California.
I saw
in the middle
palm
of the summer.
trees.
Yeah, I think it. Yeah,
Yeah.
All right. So for this list, I did watch a few new movies to see if anything might hop its way on there that I've kind of known about for a while.
And you didn't watch The Children.
And this, but I've watched that before.
True. Have you seen Red Christmas?
No.
Oh, did it sound interesting?
No.
What?
I feel like you would maybe like it, Tyler.
But,
It didn't sound interesting. What the fuck, bro? That's crazy.
No, it's just, I mean, ones I've already known about. That's like, have been on my radar. Like, yeah, that's probably a Christmas movie I should see. And this was one of them. And it did make my list. And it's from the year 1972. It's Silent Night, Bloody Night.
Ah, good old Silent Night, Bloody Night.
So, yeah. So Silent Night, Bloody Night is basically just atmosphere of the movie. And it's like the perfect blend of that, like, real, like, just cold, frigid, like, depressing, like, Christmas atmosphere I was talking about, where this is just such a dark, downbeat movie. This movie's just as dark as that Norwegian movie we were bitching about last week, but it's, like, used almost as a strength in this movie, because this movie's almost just, like, told through darkness. It's, like, it's a little convoluted, doesn't really make some sense and so sauce, but that's all right because it's all about the atmosphere, baby.
It does make sense, but like by the time the reveal happens, I mean, you got to suspend your belief a little bit.
It's just a real slow burn, and the way it builds to the climax, it's really effective. And I'm a Mary Warrenoff fan. You might even say Mary Warrenoff simp. I love that woman. So
she's actually really good looking in this movie too. There's something like attractive about her too. It's interesting.
Yeah, because it's that same era.
Yeah,
it's like this is because like Sugar Cookies was not long after this, and then like even 10 years later, like Eating a Rule. Like, yeah, I like that woman. But anyways, yeah, she.
Did the transfer you watched, was it decent?
No, it was shitty, and I kind of liked that it was shitty.
Okay,
so it was like
I was gonna ask you about that because like I rewatched it this year too. And this movie did make my 1972 list, I believe.
Yeah.
And watching it, I'm like, I'm pretty sure, isn't it public domain?
Yeah.
So the best version out is the Film Treasure DVD that came out. They actually put it out from like, you know, a 35 millimeter print or whatever. I mean, it's got a little bit of scratches and stuff, but it's not dark. You can see everything, and it's actually a really good transfer. It's the best version of it out there. I posted on Instagram about
when you can watch the whole movie on Wikipedia, it's definitely public.
I posted it on Instagram, and people agreed with me. Then they were like, "Man, this is definitely the best version of this film to date." 100%.
I wonder if there's no like negative or whatever to do like a.
I mean,
like full HD.
They did a 35 millimeter print, so I'm sure you probably could use that.
Yeah, but is it still existing?
This came out, I don't know, like maybe 10 years ago. I'm sure the print still exists, but it's definitely the best version, 100%. Like you can see everything. It's nice and lit, and they did restoration on it. I mean, it's a little scratchy at times, but it doesn't really affect it though.
Yeah, I think I've always liked this movie. I think that you're right that it has like that good atmosphere. I really wish there would have been more like Christmas horror films done in like the 70s and 80s because, you know, like obviously you can make more Christmas movies now, but like there's a very finite amount of them from the 70s and 80s, and most of them are actually very enjoyable. Like any ones that came out in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, like Home for the Holidays is another older one too that needs a better
72
release.
I think it is.
Yeah,
it's just like stuck on these weird multi.
That one it was like a TV movie.
Yeah, it's good though.
But yeah, I've been meaning to revisit that one. I haven't watched that in like 10 years, but I'd be curious to check it out.
I rewatched it a couple years ago. Actually, pulled out my multi-pack and I'm like, oh yeah, and it looks really good. Like it's a good print.
Even looking like shit, I liked it. It just like it added something to it. But yeah, I would definitely watch this movie again. Like if I got some sort of like affordable boutique Blu-ray came my way, it's something I could pick up. But it was pretty cool. 7 out of 10.
I feel like it's a title that Vinegar Syndrome should just grab the print of and put out.
Well, that's the thing.
It seems like something they would put out. Yeah.
Yeah.
It could be a situation where like there either is not a known print or that whoever owns the known print thinks they have like something more valuable than they do, and they just won't let it go for anything substantial, or it could be just something. Sometimes you get these people who get these prints in auction or something like that, or an estate sale, and then they just like aren't like film fans, but they just hold on to it because they think it'll get more valuable.
Yeah.
Right.
I remember hearing the dudes on Screen Factory talk about that sometimes. Like they find a movie and the person thinks they have something worth way more than it is.
Yeah.
Right. JP.
All right, my number 16 is a film that has been mentioned. I've been getting honey dicked all night. And that is Dow Code Santa Claus from the year 1989.
Yeah.
I remember I remember when this like first like dropped on Shudder, like because I don't think I'd ever like heard of the movie before. I know you said that it was like sort of known, but it didn't really have like a ton of releases, and I had never really heard of it before. And it dropped on Shudder, and I checked it out, and I was like, man, that is like, I feel like people would like, this would be like a classic if people had like known about it. And then I think Joe Bob showed it, and I watched it there, and then I picked up the 4K from Scream Factory. It was one of their early 4Ks, like one of the very first ones they did. And then I've rewatched it a handful of times, and I just love it, man. I just love everything about it. Like, it's this little kid who's like dressed up like Rambo, and there's this creepy ass, and Carly, you're right about him painting his beard. Like, that is such a nice touch for the film. I like that a lot. And it has heart. Like, this kid really cares about his grandfather, but it almost has like this fantasy element to it as well, with like the secret room full of toys and stuff like that. And also, I really just love the Christmas atmosphere, and I love that it's like late 80s, but has this weird like technology that apparently it existed in France. That's just like early like text messaging type shit is like really wild. But
Somebody commented on that one time and said that actually was like real shit there.
Carly, you stepped away earlier, but in the book that Carly's reading, the director actually said that he got inspired to make this movie based on using one of those things.
Yeah.
And like getting like a wrong message or something, and it inspired the idea. So
that's crazy, man. Crazy.
Yeah. But I think this movie is really awesome, and it's on regular rotation now for my Christmas flicks, because it is one that, again, like Carly, I'm not the like when I go to movies that I want to revisit that I've seen a bunch of times and stuff like that, that I'm just like watching for the atmosphere, for like the fun of watching. I typically don't reach for subtitled stuff, and it simply comes down to like when I'm usually throwing on something like that, it's more not to sit there and like pay attention to every moment in the film, but like just something to have on that I've seen, and can like look away and stuff, where I feel like when it's subtitled, I feel like I can't look away ever. So but this one is one that I actually do like to revisit, and I actually, more often than not, I do have the Scream Factory 4K. I tend to watch the Joe Bob version. I really love his Christmas specials and stuff like that, even though sometimes he doesn't do Christmas films. Like that one year he did like fucking Ice Cream Man and like, or Gator Bait and Ice Cream Man or something. And then like this year he did 2 non-Christmas movies, but I think they at least took place in like the winter. It was like Iced and Curtains that he did, which is pretty cool. But yeah, Dow Code Santa Claus is super dope. Love this movie. Glad that it finally got a lot more love, and it seems to be like a movie that people really like to revisit now. So kind of found a second wind in its life cycle. I give it an 8 out of 10.
It always fucks me up, man.
Oh, sorry. That is a 8.5 out of 10.
Ooh.
It always fucks me up in that film, man, when the dog gets killed and they have that like montage with him and shit. Like, dude, it gets to me, man. That would fuck me up too.
Yeah.
It's sad, man. It's sad. All right, so I can never keep track of a number. Number 16.
Why don't you just pull up the Letterboxd list that numbers it for you?
Because I don't have it on Letterboxd. I do everything on my pages.
Jesus, man.
So number 16, we're going to take it back to 2015 with a film called A Christmas Horror Story.
I was wondering if we were ever going to see this one.
I love this. It's an annual watch for me. I watch it every year. It's an anthology film, right? So it's kind of in the vein of like a Trick or Treat. Like all the stories are interwoven, and they kind of like they have characters that appear in all of them and stuff like that. The wraparound story, which has William Shatner, which is pretty cool. He plays a radio DJ in it and stuff like that. Pretty cool. I think this is actually one of the best wraparound stories in anthology history. Like
I can't remember how many segments are there.
There's 4. Well, there's technically 5 stories, I think, or is there 4 stories?
The only one I can ever remember is the fucking WWE wrestler Krampus one.
Yeah, so I guess there's technically like just 4. There's 4 stories because that includes the wraparound, right? So the wraparound story involves like Santa Claus like fighting Krampus and stuff like that. And that's kind of like where it plays into like the whole William Shatner radio thing and stuff like that. He's getting news updates from like the mall or something crazy that's happening at the mall and shit like that. It's pretty cool. So the first story in A Christmas Story is probably my least favorite one. Is basically about these like high school kids that they go to this school to basically investigate like these murders and stuff like that had happened, and shit kind of goes crazy from there. Then the second story is about this family that goes out to get a Christmas tree, and their kid ends up getting like basically kind of possessed by what they call like a changeling kind of thing. And there's another story about this family that goes to, I think it's the father's aunt. They travel to go see his aunt, and he basically is trying to sell her. He wants money from her and stuff like that. And it's like a Krampus story. And anyways, the cool thing about this anthology is that all these stories are interwoven with the characters and shit like that. And it doesn't play out in traditional anthology where you play out a whole story and then you go to the next one and the next one. Like I said, they're all interwoven, which is really cool. So you get bits and pieces and stuff like that. But what really kind of separates this one for me is the wraparound story, the Santa Claus versus Krampus story, which is really, really interesting. And the reveal on that is fucking batshit awesome. It's super fucking awesome. Probably one of my favorite like all-time wraparound stories. Gory as fuck, crazy shit. But yeah, I think the only story that I don't really fully care for is the kids that are investigating the murders inside the school and stuff. And then certain kids get possessed and stuff like that. That's not like the greatest one. I love the changeling one. I think that's actually really creepy. Like an overall aesthetic for this movie, completely shot in the winter. It's cold. It's got a great Christmas atmosphere, great music in the film, shot well, acted well, good gore effects, no CG, shit like that, all practical. And it does not overstay its welcome. It runs about 100 minutes, but it rips by when you watch this, man. I think it really does. It's a fantastic thing. Tyler, I'm assuming you've never seen this one before.
I've never seen Christmas Horror Story.
Carly, have you seen this one?
I did once, I think way when it came out. I don't remember it much at all.
Yeah. Probably time for some rewatches or maybe some first time watches, guys. I think it's fantastic, man. It's one I probably logged on Facebook probably 6-7 times now. I watch it every year. I love it. It's great stuff. So without, it's an anthology film. Can't reveal everything about all the stories and stuff like that. But I give this one 8.5 out of 10.
Nice.
JP, what about you? When was the last time you watched this?
I think I watched it 2 years ago, maybe.
So
or maybe I watched it. I might have watched it last year. I don't know. I've always liked it, but it's not one that I love.
Really?
Also, another thing, I really like. I know, William Shatner has become such a cult beloved actor.
Yeah,
but I've never really cared for William Shatner.
He's fucking I've never seen Star Trek from the 60s. I've never seen that shit, but all the movies I've seen him in, he's in a lot of genre films over the years. Incubus, and like there's a bunch of shit that he did, man. I always like him and stuff. I think he's a good actor. He's actually quite good.
He's definitely hamming it up in this one.
I mean, he's a radio DJ. I mean, he's drinking on air and doing his shit and stuff. I don't think his performance, he's definitely hammed it up worse than this one, but I think it's really good. But the story that he's involved with, I think is the best and one of the best wraparound stories. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, I'll need to revisit it. Maybe if we do another list next year, I'll watch
the
it.
reveal of what's happening is super fucking cool, man. It's just like shocking. You're just like, oh damn, that's awesome. It's pretty cool. Good setup though.
That's a Shudder film, I think, right?
I think it is on Shudder.
I think it's like an exclusive.
I mean, this one was released by RLG Entertainment Blu-ray.
Yeah, that's who did most of Shudder's titles.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about Shudder because this is 2015, but Shudder was around 2015, weren't they?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. But yeah, 8.5 out of 10 on that one. Big fan of it. Big fan. And they don't make a lot of like Christmas anthology. I mean, there is anthology Christmas films. There's a few now, but there's not.
Actually, it might not have been one. Now that I'm looking at it, but it is usually on Shudder. I think Joe Bob showed it. Is what I was thinking of.
It definitely is on Shudder for sure. But anthology Christmas films. I mean, we just recently had December, which was like 25 shorts and stuff like that. Yeah, there's not really a lot of anthology Christmas-based films. One of the better ones, in my opinion. So, Carly.
All right. Number 15, I have Krampus. Krampus is one of those movies that I know has been beloved over the years, but and I've always really enjoyed, the opening and then like the dinner scene and, the stuff that kind of feels like Christmas Vacation-esque. I've always enjoyed the build up and stuff like that. And then halfway through, it's always kind of lost me. I don't know if it's just too dark or what, and I still kind of feel that way, but it's also one that the more watches I give it, the more, I've liked it a little bit more and more. But yeah,
you mean dark really in tone or in actual like visually?
Visually,
like visually, yeah, like
yeah.
It's sometimes, but
oh, God, this again.
What was this thing?
Yeah, on last episode.
Oh, I didn't hear the last up yet.
I was complaining that Christmas Blood was so fucking dark you couldn't see anything, and we went back and forth for a while.
It's funny because I brought that up on Tom actually posted the film on Instagram. I was like, yeah, man, everyone's complaining that movie's too dark and shit like that. And someone actually posted on my post, yeah, my DVD looks like fucking super dark. I'm like, it's supposed to be dark, but it kind of adds to it a little bit. But I didn't actually think it was that bad, like in parts. Like
it's
even if it is intentional, I can't see. So if I can't see, it's hard for me to stay into the film. But I like the family dynamic. I remember when this movie was coming out and the trailer, I was like, is this a remake of Christmas Vacation? Because they make it seem like a fun comedy family film in the trailer, and then like it kind of turns halfway through, and I always remember that and thought it was cool. But I like the look of Krampus in it. He's pretty scary at the end. You don't really get to see him that much, but he is spooky. I like the little boy. It makes me... It's kind of a down. I mean, it is a downer of a film. It's one of those weird ones where it's like funny throughout. It has beats of comedy, but then when it's all said and done, it is doesn't really have a great ending or anything like that. And just the fact that it's kind of like this little boy's fault for writing that note and throwing it out the window and all that stuff. It's just there with that. What's that?
Nice going, kid.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So yeah, in that aspect, it is dark in tone. But anyway, I dig it for what it is. I give it a 7.5 out of 10.
It really is though, man, because like they don't pull any punches with killing kids in this film.
Yeah, they're just yeah.
People are just disposed of. It's awesome. Good stuff. Tyler.
Back to me, huh? What was my number 5? Oh, yes. Okay, my number 5 is a movie we talked about a lot last year. It made, I think, some lists last year. I watched it twice last year, so I had a lot of this movie last year. And it's from the year 1975. It is Aldo Lotto's Late Night Trains. This is basically Last House on the Left on a train.
On a train.
Forgot about that being a
with some girls, some gals on the way back home to celebrate Christmas. But yeah, if you've seen Last House on the Left, you've all seen this movie. But this movie, I think, I mean, it's hard to say more mean spirited, but there's not like that weird like musical kind of choice that offs with some people. This movie is just like full on like vicious, mean spirited, and very cold and very mean. And that's perfect for the holiday season.
Right.
Yeah, so we talked about a lot.
It's a joy to watch.
75 show, and we did this thing last year. But yeah, it's the Italian Last House on the Left on a train, and it's really mean, and it fucking rules, and it is my number 15. 7 out of 10.
Yeah, I also really like this movie. It is very light on Christmas.
Yeah.
That is the one thing about it that kind of knocks it for like a Christmas horror list.
I mean,
I think it definitely still counts, but it's just, you know.
Well, the opening, I mean, the whole point of them traveling is for Christmas, right?
Right.
And the whole opening scene is all Christmas and stuff. And every time they flash back to not flashback, but when they cut to the parents and stuff, they're doing their Christmas thing and their Christmas shopping and stuff.
Yeah, I guess it is actually more Christmassy than Dead End in a way.
It is 100%.
It's just like it almost makes it like so much like it adds an element to like they were coming home for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I haven't watched that one since we covered it on the show. I think.
I didn't watch it. That's the last time I watched, but I watched it twice because it was actually a contender for my top 10. Like it was in that tussle, so I watched it twice last year. So I've had my fill.
Nice. Oh yeah, because we had 75, so I guess I have watched it back then.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking when we covered it on the Italian Horror Month. All right, I'm up.
Number 15.
All right. My number 15 is a movie that I know Tyler had on his list last year. And I just couldn't put it on there because it's kind of makes me feel ick a little bit. And that's 2004's non-comedy film, Calvert. This is not a fucking comedy. I don't care
I
what
watched
you
it the other day, and
If it's not a comedy, the movie's terrible then.
Dude,
It's so funny.
I call it a 0 out of 10 because there's I don't laugh. I don't even smile watching.
yeah, it's like I don't even fucking crack a smirk, bro.
I'm telling you, man, it's like super like I very
This is
rarely
me watching the movie.
I very rarely agree with Tyler about comedy elements in films. Like Sallow is not a fucking comedy. He's retarded on that one. But when it comes to Calvary, this movie works way better as a comedy because if it's not, it's terrible.
Does
You don't think
Why
it's
is it- I don't
hilarious when the
understand.
guy?
Dude, that whole fucking scene
It's
with
like,
them
it's like
dancing
saying it's like fucking saying like Deliverance works best as a comedy. It's like, what are you
but it's
talking
not
about?
intended to be a comedy. I think the director.
Neither is this,
I think it is. It's meant to be a dark comedy.
Kind of funny too, honestly.
dude. Deliverance is not funny.
No, because it's not even meant to be
Hanging
one.
part.
This movie, I think, was meant to be a dark comedy.
Dude, watching this guy like trapped and emasculated is fucking nightmarish.
It's
not
With
funny.
those dudes in the dance scene and all that crazy shit, that shit's hilarious. Man.
Sing me a
It's-
love
it's
song.
Stupid, man. It's fucking hilarious.
It's
You're like, what?
twisted and fucked up.
Yeah,
I
dude.
love when Philip the Home
There's
dies
no
at the
way
end.
that's
It's
meant to be
like,
serious.
"Ah!"
Because, like I said, if that was meant to be serious, then the movie sucks because that was totally funny as hell,
Dude,
right?
It's so
You were
funny.
All right, just stop by your head. No, Calvert to me,
It's a great
like,
comedy. It's a great
this
comedy.
movie actually like scratches my soul a little bit. It makes me like very down. Where like Silent Night makes me down, but it also like the like togetherness of the family and stuff like that, and just like how they chose to end it all because they were forced to like together. like has a little bit more of like an optimistic feel to it, where this movie is just fucking sad and just like messed up and like horrifying, but it's also just very good. Like when he's just driving on this like shitty dirt road and it breaks down, and then this guy is so fucking weird that picks him up, and it's just one of those things where like you, the audience, knows that like, okay, like this guy's like kind of screwed here, and you're just like watching what happens to him next, and it just gets worse and worse and worse for me. And yeah, but there isn't a ton of like Christmas, you know, but it does take place on Christmas. There is I think is there a Christmas tree? This is the one movie that I didn't rewatch for this list because I was like,
yeah, there's like they got that like Christmas.
It's not an annual watch for me either.
Yeah, but it is one that, because we did draw 2004, so I am gonna watch it like later in the year. I should have killed two birds.
No, you need to watch it right now because Christmas season.
Right.
Get it out there.
Yeah.
Well,
I actually have it downstairs waiting. I'm gonna rewatch it. Yeah.
Mark Stevens is the worst Christmas ever.
I'm gonna have to watch it after Christmas though, man. I'm leaving on the 24th. I'm heading out of town.
I think it's just so much funnier too that he's like a shitty wedding singer. Like
It's like
singing out,
more
like,
sad.
he's like, that's what makes him funny. Like this guy's life sucks. He lives on a. This is why it's funny.
Yeah, and now it
That's not
sucks
like haha
way
funny.
more.
It's funny in terms of like it's dark.
Like a
It's like,
disaster comedy. Like his life already sucks. He's not doing any harm.
dude,
to
it's that
anyone.
whole
And
weird
he gets
fucking bar
abducted
scene.
by this weird dude. His wife.
When Tyler says it like that, it is kind of funny.
It is funny because like when those dudes are like in the bar and doing all that weird shit and stuff, like that shit's funny as hell, man. It's like because it's quirky and odd.
He's winking at you like these guys are a bunch of just like
Dude, it's a dark comedy.
drunk hicks. Like, oh.
100%. 100%.
Tyler's like, this guy's life is horrible.
He also has a real mental fucking sense of humor though. Like it's like Sallow is not fucking funny, bro.
He didn't
It's
make
not.
He didn't make Nazis eat shit and butt fuck each other because he didn't want you to laugh at them.
I mean, you can't. I mean, I get where you're coming from. Like, it's hard to take serious because it's so ridiculous and over the top. It's absurd. It really is absurd. But in terms of like laughing, I mean, I laugh at it because it's stupid, but it's not. It's
so
not fucking funny.
funny.
Though. It's not fucking funny.
Hilarious. They're eating cake.
Dude, shut up.
I mean, honestly, dude. I mean, if we were sitting there watching the film together, I would be laughing with you, 100%. But I don't know.
I would find fucking Sallow more funny than this, honestly. This is just depressing. That is a little. That's so over the top that it's like I could see it kind of being funny. But I give Calvert an 8 out of 10. 8.5. Sorry,
The ordeal. The ordeal.
Yeah, not the fucking comedy.
I can't really watch this.
No, Calvary the comedy.
Ordeals are very, very rarely comedic.
I'm saving this for the playoffs. So.
All right. Number 15 for myself is what the fuck is my number 15 here? Jesus, I don't even know what's going on here. Oh, number 15 is Red Christmas. Already talked about it. I think
Nice.
we just had.
Yeah, that was actually our longest conversation.
Yeah,
yeah,
I don't really have a whole lot more to say about it, but I just really enjoy it, and it's one of those films that I completely understood the separation when it came out. Like people were like this way and that way on and stuff. I completely get that, but at the end of the day, if you leave the politics out of it, it's a pretty fun fucking slasher film. Really. It's people getting fucking mangled up. And like there's a high body count. There's a pretty cool aesthetic that's taking place in high fucking summer in Australia. Great performance by D. Wallace. Like there's a lot of really good things here to offer. I think people are so hell-bent on just being like, oh, it's so political. There's an agenda, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I don't give a fuck, bro. I don't give a fuck. We can talk about one way or the other. It is what it is. It's still a movie. It's entertaining. Jerry fucking rules in the movie. It's absolutely insane that what happens to him, but I love it, man. I think it's a really, really underrated and great film. So I got 8.5 on Red Christmas. Great film.
All right. My number 14 is Wind Chill from 2007.
Ooh, good choice.
Thanks.
That is one I've never seen.
I love
should.
this movie. I actually really,
I actually
really
just bought it on a 3-pack Blu-ray. Some like studio Blu-ray. I forget what the other movies are. They're just like thrillers that are on
oh
it.
shit!
but-
There's a Blu-ray for it because I have it like in the old DVD.
yeah,
Crazy.
it's I think it's only available in this fucking 3-pack, but
Yeah.
it's
Is it
one of
Echo
those
Bridge?
situations. Either it's I don't think it was. I think it's like Fox or something. It's a thriller triple pack. The regular Blu-ray that exists is $31, so out of print. But it's actually a foreign. It's a
Yeah, so I was gonna say there's no region one
it's
Blu-ray.
something
of it.
Australian, I think.
Solo release.
Imprint, is that UK?
Imprint is Australian.
Okay, so it is Australian. Yeah. So there's only an Australian Blu-ray that's $31. Other than that, there is a Blu-ray put out by, actually it is Mill Creek. It is Mill Creek. And it's a $14 Blu-ray for me, and it comes with Wind Chill, Closure, and Perfect Stranger.
I have no idea what those other two movies are.
They're all from like 2006, 7, and 8. So but I've got it for Wind Chill, which I actually, I'm an idiot and I just forgot to even like check it out. I kind of wanted to check it out, but maybe I'll check it out next year.
Before the Norwegian whore took over in December for us, I even mentioned doing Wind Chill.
Were we supposed to do that like last year?
Yeah, it was
Yeah, I
mentioned
think so.
even last year, and then this year I mentioned it, but then we kind of stuck with the Norwegian films.
It got close to being picked a few times before that too. With like when we used to do the polls, it was always like a higher voted one.
It's an interesting film. It really is.
Yeah. I was gonna say Wind Chill. I was gonna say like it takes place on I think the eve before Christmas Eve. I think it's December 23rd. I always thought it was Christmas Eve, but then I rewatched it
You're right. You're right.
for this, and I believe they say the 23rd. But anyway, it's just a girl. She gets a ride share with a dude from her college, and they're driving home to Delaware, and he is a dumbass and is trying to impress her and takes like a shortcut, if you will, which is down this snowy ass road. And of course they get in a car accident, and then trouble ensues because their car breaks down and they're stuck there and no one's coming around, and they need to get back on the road. And then it becomes like supernatural too. There's these ghosts basically that haunt this road that it's just a very haunted. It's a road where a lot of people died over the years and has a really dark history. So yeah, I like this movie. I think it's pretty creepy. I think it's got great atmosphere. Definitely lots of snow. I believe it was filmed up in Canada because I looked it up out of curiosity the other day. So yeah, there's a lot of snow. The like ghost thing, it's really spooky, and also it's just got that perfect freezing cold, miserable atmosphere. It kind of makes me think of like Adam Green's Frozen or something, where you can kind of feel how cold it probably is.
The isolation, it really kind of gets to you in the film, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And then, there's a part where dude gets like frostbite, and then she's like, well, we got to keep it warm. So she puts his hands on her bare stomach, and that like just seems like the most uncomfortable thing ever. But yeah, and it's another one that's kind of a downer of a film in different aspects. So I always like this one. Again, it's one I would probably watch like every other Christmas or so, or even winter. You can just watch it during the winter time because it's great with all the snow and cold. But yeah, I give this one a 7.5 out of 10.
You should maybe next year watch it with JP. You guys should hug up, get some popcorn, and watch Wind Chill.
Yeah, he looks very interested in doing that.
Right.
I like Wind Chill and popcorn.
Chill. And all right.
Tyler.
I tried. Okay. I got a spicy one for us at number 4. We're going back a little bit on this one.
We're all in like in the teens, and this guy's in like number 4.
He's been doing that the whole time. I think every number he said has been, and I'm
not on the same page here.
Because I have them. I have them in front of me. It's like 10, 9. Yeah. Okay. All right. So
I just added these ones to my. Actually, I just have one giant list of like 100 and some Christmas horror movies on Letterboxd, and I just moved these up to the 11 through 20 spot on that original list.
Wow.
All right. Well, so number 14. This is a little spicy one. We're going back to the year 1944. Mm-hmm. It is Robert Wise's The Curse of the Cat People. I'm a big fan of the original Cat People movie from 1942. Directed by Jacques Tourneur. It was one of the last movies that was on the chopping block of my top 100 favorites. It was very close to making it. But yeah, big fan of that movie. And this movie does something really interesting where it goes a complete left turn with what the first movie was doing, but it also stays continuous. So this takes place like 6 years after the first Cat People movie, where the Eilena's husband from the first film now has a new wife, and they have a daughter. And the daughter is a little bit they're worried about her because she's like really like into like daydreaming and like fantasy and like phantasm. They think there's something kind of wrong with her, and what he really what her father notices is that was like how her mother Eileen was in the original Cat People. So there's like, and that's ultimately what led her to her death in the original Cat People, and this event that unfolds in the climax of Cat People. That's really good. So this woman, so he's married with this new woman, and Eileen's like not any part of this. And his daughter meets this old woman across the road in the neighborhood, and she gives her a wishing ring, and she wishes for a friend. And within her wishing, it conjures the spirit of Eileen from the original Cat People. And she's actually the same actress playing the same character, all the same people, could reprise the role. So it is really cool that it's able to stay continuous even with the actors and like really stay on plot like that. And so Eileen basically becomes her imaginary friend, and it builds to this climax where she sees an old photo with her father with her, and he says, "That's my friend," and that's where it kind of unravels. This movie does, I know I said anything about this movie being a Christmas movie, but this movie's only 69 minutes long, and at the 42-minute mark, it becomes Christmas. It becomes Christmas Day, and it's like they have like a Christmas Eve party. It's got it's like I was talking earlier with Tales from the Crypt. Even back, like thinking further back now in the 40s, where you have this completely like wholesome non-commercialized Christmas. So you have this house in this tree that's like beautifully traditionally decorated. Everybody's in suits, and they're in like nice dresses from the outfits. So it's this real cool it's a wonderful life type snapshot of Christmas, which actually leaves a real cool aesthetic. And from that point on, the rest of the movie takes place on Christmas Eve. So about half the movie, a little bit less than half the movie takes place on Christmas. And it just ends with this. And the climax of this basically ends up using like the cold, frigid snowstorm going on with the little girl in the spirit of the original of her father's ex-wife from the first Cat People movie. If you like the first Cat People movie, this is a really good companion watch. So I really would recommend the first Cat People movie if you haven't seen it. It's only also a very short movie, only 72 minutes long. Like I was saying before, Jacques Tourneur directed it, and he might not be a name you recognize right away, but he was a very good genre working man of the 30s, 40s, 50s. He actually also made I Walked with a Zombie, and he also made Night of the Demon, the one from 1955 with the creature feature. And I would say all three of those movies, Cat People and those two, are all classic horror movies. And he also made some good noirs. He made some good westerns. He was a really good filmmaker. So I really recommend Cat People. He
was like an Italian journeyman, but he wasn't Italian.
Yeah, so he was just working man in the Hollywood system. Yeah. And he was a good filmmaker. And I think if you like that first movie, it's an early psychological horror movie. You also just like this follow-up to it. That's kind of a ghostly tale. And it's got a good, really nice Christmas setting for half the movie and uses that setting to actually also complete the film and go into his climax. So I'd really recommend that film if you have seen the first Cat People. So 7 out of 10.
Nice. All right. My number 14 is another 1980s movie, and that is a 1984's Don't Open Till Christmas, which is one that I think the like very first time I watched it, I thought it was just okay. But over the years, picking up that Vinegar Syndrome 4K, is it a 4K? Can't remember. Might be just a Blu-ray.
I don't think so.
I think it's just a Blu-ray.
Yeah.
So you've never had the Mondo DVD that came out before?
No, I never had the Mondo DVD, and I think I only watched it on the show, and then I think Joe Bob showed it once. I watched it on there, and then this Blu-ray, which looks phenomenal, by the way.
It's a great.
That's why I thought it was a 4K. Yeah, the slipcover is great. And it is one of those movies that is just like very sleazy. Like it's like Carly had mentioned that it feels very New York, and it really does, man. But it's in the UK somewhere. Yeah. But like there's one scene where they walk into this one, like down these one stairs, like I forget what they're even at, like some building, and it's like, dude, the grime and the dirt and the just disgustingness all over the walls is like, what the hell? And that's something I was picking up on big time revisiting this the other night, because I was drinking some eggnog and watching this shit, and it was it's got nudity.
It definitely makes you more perceptive when you're getting all fucking loaded on eggnog.
Yeah. And it's one of those movies that has like a unique little twist on like the Killer Santa movie, where it's a Killer Santa movie, but it's a killing Santa movie. Yeah. Which is pretty cool. And I don't know. This one hit a little bit harder than it normally does. I really like this movie. And it has like a kind of twisted little ending and stuff like that I enjoy. I give that one a 8.5 out of 10.
It's interesting when this movie came out though too in 1984, because it was like right after like the whole fucking like video nasty thing. And I feel like the directors, I mean, there was multiple directors on this, so it probably is not right. It's just my thoughts on it. But, like coming out of that whole thing where all these films were getting banned and getting pulled off the shelves and stuff like that, like, hey, so that just kind of passed like a year. It was 2 years prior to that. They're just like, fuck it. We're going to make the sleaziest, most ridiculous Christmas film ever and put it out, and they can't do anything about it. So I always felt like that a little bit. So, anyways, fucking JP fucked off. So I guess that's my go. Right.
Yep.
Anyways, where the fuck are we? Number 14. We're going to take it back to 2005, the glorious year of 2005, with Santa's Sleigh.
Nice.
Super fucking fun film. I mean, everybody that watches genre Christmas films pretty much knows the opening sequence to this film, which is a lot funnier than people. I mean, if you don't really get it, it's, you might look at it and be like, oh, that's hilarious. There's a lot of really famous people in this opening scene and shit like that. But it's funny because like this is a Christmas film, and everybody involved in this opening slaughter scene are Jewish. It's like one of the funniest. It's one of the best opening scenes ever. Is it really good? The narrative for Santa's Sleigh is so stupid. It's basically like Bill Goldberg plays this character that lost a bet,
which is also just so weird that he's even the star of this movie.
Well, Bill
Bill
Goldberg. I mean,
Goldberg,
Goldberg
Santa
is he's Jewish, and yeah,
I know, but it's funny because it's like you look. When was this made? Like 90.
2005.
2005.
Okay, so this was after his WCW days. Then
This was like after he retired from WWE.
Yeah, he was already done from there. I think at that
Yeah,
point.
because he had I think his last match was 2004. It was that WrestleMania match with him and Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, I was already done. I was already tapped out in 2002, I think. So
Yeah,
I missed all that
2002.
shit.
That's one of the worst WrestleMania matches of all time.
Yeah, I don't fuck with that shit. But anyways, so I mean, the jokes are just never ending in this, man. The opening scene with all the Jews, and you know, you got Bill Goldberg playing Santa Claus. The narrative is like, it's hilarious because he loses a bet and he's forced to basically, you know, he was a demon. He was forced to become Santa Claus, you know, and you know, give presents to kids for 1,000 years. But 1,000 years is up now, and now he's going to return to being the evil fucking person he is, and he's out there to punch him. So he basically turns into Krampus essentially. But the funniest thing about this, man, the bet that he loses, which is not even a bet, they say it's a bet. It's a curling match. It's literally curling. It's so fucking stupid, man. I think this movie is so much damn fun. Like every time Bill Goldberg even talks in the film, his one-liners are so good. They're calculated. They're delivered with like so much conviction. It's really funny, man, to me. Good kills, good music, a lot of like racy type jokes. I wouldn't say racist, but there's a lot of racy jokes and stuff, like, you know, of course, with the deli owner, another Jewish guy. There's lots of jokes with that shit and stuff. That's funny as fucking hell, to be honest. It's just a good ride. Just a really, really good ride. Santa's Sleigh. One that's definitely like an annual watch for myself. 9 out of 10, man. I think this one is super, super fun, and it does need a Blu-ray because we're stuck with this fucking DVD that you guys can't see right now that I'm holding up because we don't post the videos.
Yeah.
I also have that DVD.
I have that as well.
And it's so frustrating because this is one of those films, and it sounds great. Like the audio mix on this movie is amazing. It really does sound
Was
amazing.
that Lionsgate that put that out?
Yeah, I think it's Lionsgate. Yeah. The mix is so good. I can't even imagine what it's going to sound like on Blu-ray 4K if it ever gets one. But it'd be interesting to look into why this thing is not being released on.
We should ask Michael Felsher. He might know.
Yeah, interesting. Because it can't be an Element thing. Because this is 2005.
Probably digital.
Pretty sure they shot this digitally, so we don't have to worry about fucking, you know, film elements and stuff. So I don't understand what the deal is with it. I'm sure.
I don't know. A lot of Lionsgate's catalog is just like stuck.
Yeah, they must have.
They don't really license it out to people too much, and then they have their Vestron line, but it's very slow.
Are they not in the know of like boutique labels and stuff? Like, I feel like these guys
clearly
are just
they are because
boat.
they have their whole like Lionsgate Limited thing now, which is clearly inspired by boutique labels.
Did they not realize that there's a market for films like this? Like you could sell easily if you limited it. If Vinegar Syndrome picked this up, you could probably sell 5,000 copies of this easily. I don't get it. Anyways, Santa's Sleigh, absolutely hilarious, super fun. 9 out of 10. Carly.
Sweet. Okie doke. My number 13 is a movie I know Moodz really likes, and that is Black Xmas 2006.
Finally, somebody else had it.
Which I think number
Tried
3
to
was
watch
Black
this
Christmas
today.
for me.
I tried to watch this today. My girlfriend's like, I'm not watching this.
I don't even understand.
Okay.
I literally don't understand. This is a good movie.
It's fun. Like I would not recommend watching it right after the original film because you will see just how much it like plummets. But as a standalone movie, forget about all that. I just think it's a fun time, and I think it has good Christmas atmosphere. I think the story is definitely a little ridiculous. Like, I'm not a big fan of dude being just pure yellow. Like, that's it's.
Oh, he's jaundice.
Like,
yeah.
yeah, glowing yellow though. That's not. It's ridiculous, but I like how they took the whole, because in the original movie, you know, he keeps saying like Agnes and stuff, so they took that and ran with it and made this like crazy backstory and made Agnes a character, and then they changed it up. You know, it's one of those remakes where a lot of it is the same, but they do different things with the story, and those are the types of remakes I tend to like, the ones that do go with the original concept. You know, it's not just a name only type thing, kind of like Silent Night. But you know, they take the original concept and then they tweak it, and bada boom. Like, this was, I keep bringing up this book I'm reading, but like this was also in there, and they really keep talking about how this movie was released on Christmas Day in 2006, and how that was a complete like
Bad idea.
Disaster.
Yeah, like it.
What do they think they are, Anaconda or something?
They wanted to they wanted to make a sequel to this film, and so they were like, they felt that ruined any chance of that ever happening.
Because really,
no
the only
cares.
people going to the theater on Christmas Day are the Jewish community.
Yeah, no one's going there, and then after
They're not going to watch a Christmas film on Christmas. Yeah, it's just not happening, right?
And they're not going to want to watch one like on December 26th or going for, you know, Christmas is over. No one cares anymore. So,
especially one with like flesh cookies and incest.
Yeah, which also that
Dude, your only argument for the movie being good is flesh cookies. Every single fucking time with this movie is brought up, it's always fucking flesh cookies, man.
I
and
love
fucking incest. Flesh cookies and incest,
twisted, bro. And it's like, honestly, even the opening with like the candy cane.
I wish they
stuff,
did more with the flesh
bro.
cookies. I wish they did more. Like,
What
at
more
least
they
have
can
them
do? He
eating
fucking
them, like
cut up flesh cookies and eat them with milk. What more do you want?
No, feed them to other people and shit. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it would have been.
It's 1974 in the flashback or something.
Yeah,
he didn't know
like,
anybody.
You walk in on a kid eating flesh cookies, you don't really give them the opportunity to pass them out.
Whatever, man.
But no, I like.
I've seen this movie once, like 20 years
It's
ago.
very sleazy.
I will tell you one thing about this movie, though, that I've said multiple times. The cast is insanely beautiful. And it fits into that whole, like, fucking floating heads poster shit of the late 90s with Scream. And I know he did last summer, Urban Legend. It fits in. It's a little bit later, obviously, 2006, 7, whatever it is. But it feels like that type of film with the beautiful cast. It really does. The girls in this film are, it's crazy. Crazy cast.
And I like how they have Mrs. Mack played by, you know, Phyllis from the original movie.
Yeah.
I always thought it was cool. They actually give her like a legit role where, you know, in a time where cameos were common, but it would be like a 5-second cameo from someone who played in some 1960 original. Where in this, it's like they actually give her a good role. Her death is pretty like stupid, but you know, I just like to see that. But anyway, yeah, I just think it's a fun film, you know.
And
I
also,
tend to go.
Go ahead.
What?
That's Rob that says go ahead. Classic.
What?
I said go ahead.
I don't have anything else to say.
Oh, that's why I thought you were done.
What?
Awkward.
Dude, I thought you were. I went to interject because I thought you were done.
Are y'all finding right now? Because
you started saying
I guess, like, I don't know what he's talking about. Like, what are you talking about?
What am I
Dude,
talking
just talk. What were you gonna say? I was done.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, but then, like, I thought maybe you weren't. Stop getting mad at me.
You're getting like shitty with me. Just say what you're gonna. Come on, dude.
I did it, bro.
Yeah, you did.
Now.
This is
Just come
amazing.
on.
Man. This is amazing.
Now.
I can't believe you guys don't live together. That's fucking wild to me.
This is why, dude.
She'd walk in the room and just laugh them. It'd funny.
Oh,
Dude,
fuck,
I didn't
man.
even do anything, bro.
Me and the wife had a good fight yesterday. Actually, it was pretty fun. We're not gonna talk about that.
I was gonna say, like, when you were talking about the remaking it, like, and actually like taking like little ideas from the original, it looks like the people actually watch the original and they're like, what can we make to like differentiate it but still keep it like around a similar theme? And I think they did a really good job with the storyline in it. And they also are just like, let's just amp it up a bit and make it a little crazy. And I fuck with that. And I love the flashback scenes. They're all great, good atmosphere and stuff. And then the last thing I want to say is don't apologize for reading stuff from the book, because it's actually like very cool that you have, have these
Educated.
little tidbits and stuff.
Yeah, I carry knowledge.
I love hearing that shit.
I think that the director was super obsessed with like Bob Clark's Black Christmas and really wanted to do this story. So that's kind of the thing. He kept he said like what's Bob Weinstein, like it was his fault it got released on the stupid date. But then he was like, but he also gave us like a lot of money and stuff to work with or whatnot.
Oh, he blames Bob. It wasn't the rapist Harvey.
No, I was like, because
Harvey only dealt with the women, bro.
Right. Which is ironic because that cast was crazy. You think that he would be more involved with that, given what that cast was.
Actually, the one actress passed away, I think last year, or the year before, or something. Yeah,
Trachtenberg.
Oh yeah. She's that was
from Euro Trip and Pete and Pete.
That's what I know her from. Was Euro
Harriet
Trip
the Spy.
Harriet the Spy.
Euro Trip was what, early 2000s, 2002, 3 4, maybe something
early
like that.
2000s.
Yeah. Very fun movie.
Yeah, it was really fun.
No.
Oh, classic. Whose turn?
Oh, it's my turn. Did
you rate that bitch, Carly?
Tyler's
8 out of 10.
8 out of 10.
All right, what bizarre pick can Tyler have now?
All right. Well, to follow up my oldest film so far, I got my.
It's the other anthology.
I have my newest film so far.
Okay.
It's a film from 2016, and it's Better Watch Out as my number 13.
Wow.
But glad you finally got this one on your list. It was on both of them. Was it on yours too last year, Carly?
No, actually, I was gonna put it on this list and forgot about it.
Oh.
God damn it, Carly.
Yeah, Better Watch Out is a fucking excellent film, man.
Yeah, me and Moodz had it on ours.
It was in my top 10.
Yeah, that's like, I've seen it a couple times. I rewatched it today. And it's pretty much exactly as I remember it. There's definitely some quirky stuff in there that I like. I remember like being like really surprised by it the first time, and even now, like I was wondering, like, okay, I know how this fucking turns, but like, how does this fucking turn? How do we get from this point to that point? It was like long enough that I remember things like the exact way that like it flips. But yeah, I mean, this is just like one of those movies too that's just really easy to watch. I want to make sure I had something that really like felt Christmassy up near the front as well. And it's just like it's an easy, fun watch. It's something I could definitely watch every couple of years.
I think the casting on the kid is absolutely
the thing about the kids,
his voice like cracks and stuff like that. So he's just like right in that like puberty stage where he would be obsessed with a girl. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
especially his hot babysitter.
The approach to kids is actually great. Like I felt like they really like encapsulated 13-year-old Xbox Live kids. Like you have that opening scene where they're just bullshitting and like they're talking all this shit like they've ever like even smelt a woman, and this like other kids like talking about getting like stoned, getting stoned. He's got a fucking pot leaves on his sock. He's 12 years old. Like, dude. They're like sitting there playing video games. It just made me laugh. Like, yeah, that's about 12-year-olds. And like he's like old enough where you're like, yeah, he's got a thing for his babysitter, but he's like so ultra delusional. He has no idea how women work. It's fucking hilarious. So it
reminds you of like every like 90s sitcom where like the kid thinks that the teacher likes them or something like that.
Yeah, and then there's that Home Alone stuff's pretty funny too. So that's pretty good.
It's amazing.
But so you were talking earlier about how there's like some angry reviews on a film, and this is another one. If you go check out Letterboxd, there's some pretty very scathing reviews of this movie too. Apparently, people think this movie is really misogynist.
Oh
Because
my god.
There's a lot of like real like this is
Like how so? What's the argument for that?
Because like the boys just like it's all about men just taking like what's like not like what they think is entitled to them.
Yeah, these kids
the boys, but like
They're spoiled brats.
Yeah,
They're
but,
just spoiled brats,
that's the
bro.
thing, like, but people like say that the kids don't get punished enough. Like that kid should have like had like a grisly death.
It must be all your Discord fucking fam there.
This isn't
Think it was-
Letterboxd people. These are the youth of tomorrow. But
Fuck. Come on, bro.
but yeah, I don't.
A bunch of kids have never even seen Home Alone before.
I
Like,
never,
but
like,
I don't
go
get the Home
look
Alone
at-
reference.
I never go look at reviews like that. And for whatever reason, there was something that, like, as I just looked at it, like, that popped up as, like, a top review. And it had, like, a 1 star. I was like, oh, I'll click this. And, yeah, there's a whole lot, like, I
What's the
filtered, like,
point if the baby incel doesn't die
That's it. That's the
grotesquely?
one. That's the one.
What was that?
The real home invader was male entitlement all along. The 1 star.
This is what people watch movies and think.
1 star. Wow.
This is what people like.
Douchebag.
People watch movies and this is what they think.
That's just like clown shit right there, bro. That's clown shit.
Well, now you understand the internet. This is what people do.
This one's a little longer. I don't like this trend in completely unwatchable horror villains who are hella fucking annoying, where it's like post-ironic or whatever, like, haha, we know this is bad, but it's good because we know it's bad. Actually, no, just irredeemably bad. The kids suck so hard. I don't want to watch a 90-minute movie where my blood pressure is through the roof because some entitled baby misogynist isn't getting chopped up into pieces fast enough for my liking. He doesn't get chopped up. I don't like that. Trust me, I'm an adult woman who's been on the planet long enough. I know
she's a
male
woman.
entitlement starts early. And if no one is
Bro,
dying
come on.
their
Get
whiny
the fuck
baby
over
rage
yourself.
and misogyny, I'm sorry, that's not worth watching to me. 1 out of 5.
Get the fuck out of here with that shit, bro. Carly, is it misogynist?
I mean, the boys like are, but that's like the point. It's like the point of the movie is that's what the kids are
but it's like
doing. They're little assholes.
the girl like uses her brain, toughens up, survives, and all the dudes in the movie die. Like, what do you?
Right.
Yeah, it's not like a
Is it
woman
being
just-
misogyny when you're just like obsessed with your fucking babysitter for real? Like the other kid's just a pussy.
Like
Yeah.
like this kid is clearly a bad kid. Like
Yeah.
like I don't
Yeah.
like it's not painting him as like
Yeah.
the hero or something.
No. I mean, and his friend is like, he's not a misogynist at all. He's just kind of there for the
He's
ride.
just an
and stuff.
idiot.
He's
a
kind of an
follower.
idiot. He's, whatever.
He's a dipshit follower.
Like, I wouldn't call that straight up misogyny.
I'm
That's
just saying,
fucking
it's funny.
It's
bizarre.
funny, bro.
It almost
Yeah.
makes me like.
You're
the
right
movie.
though. There are a lot of these
5.
fucking reviews on here, dude.
Yeah.
See, that's crazy, man. I never read
Dude, that
reviews
one
like
review
that.
has
So, like,
2,316 likes.
See, people agree. People agree. This movie's for bad people.
good. I'm glad it was in my top 10. Fuck y'all's. Fuck y'all's. I love it.
So,
Does that
yeah.
make me misogynist?
It's funny that this movie, it's
Write a
it makes me
review
like
about
little
me then.
more that this
I don't
movie,
care.
like that this like goofy horror movie, like is like God, I'm just so
Yeah,
so
dude. They're
bad.
just sitting there rage watching.
Like, ugh.
Dude, if you're watching a movie and you admit that your blood pressure is rising, get the fuck over
Dude, just
yourself, bro.
imagine,
It's
like,
a
some
fucking
grown
movie.
woman- some grown woman like watching this on her couch, like with her fucking cat, like getting angry at this movie.
She
and
definitely
I don't
got
think-
guy.
You people take shit way too fucking serious, bro. I watch movies for entertainment value. I've never sat there and been like, oh my God, that was make my blood boil. Out of here, bro. Get the fuck out of here, man. You're so lame. That's
Yeah.
so fucking lame.
Welcome
So
to
fucking
Letterboxd,
Oh, that's great though.
where everyone
I love
has
it.
a voice.
My
Yeah,
God.
better watch out. Yeah, it's definitely a movie. This is a movie you can like show to people. I think most people will at least like enjoy themselves with this movie.
Mhm.
So this one was pretty good. I'm gonna give it a 7.5 out of 10.
Wow, moving up in the world there, buddy.
Yeah,
Bam.
Had to
JB.
happen sometime.
Yeah. All right. On a darker note, my next pick is from 2019, my number 13 here, and it is The Lodge. Yeah, revisited this one. I remember me and Carly went and seen this in the theater, and I liked it a lot. Actually, I think it made my like top 5 of that year. And revisiting it, I still feel it's a pretty damn strong movie, man. There's I mean, like the first scene in the movie is like a gunshot suicide, which is like pretty effed up. And then there's this, new stepmom character who has her own traumatic past, who's trying to cope with like being a stepmom to these 2 new kids who pretty much hate her because they blame her because of their mom's death. And it gets kind of interesting, like where the plot goes and stuff like that. It might be a little bit ridiculous, but it is another dark one as well. Very depressing movie, but I love the like lodge setting out in the snow. They're actually watching The Thing in the movie, which is pretty cool because I always tend to like to watch that when it snows. And The Thing is just awesome. Watching them watch The Thing made me want to watch The Thing. Like I'm like, oh, I remember that scene. Oh, I love that scene. Oh yeah, he's about to put the paddles down. Oh, chest opens up. I'm like, dude, just watching someone else watch The Thing makes you want to watch The Thing. It's insane. But yeah, I think The Lodge is pretty strong movie. It could have made my list last time too. I think I was going for a little bit more fun on the last one besides Silent Night. But yeah, The Lodge is it's kind of a downer a bit, but yeah, pretty good. 8.5 out of 10.
Great atmosphere, man. And it fucking it like it kind of drives me nuts a little bit watching that film because Alicia Silverstone was like a goddess to me. And then what happens to her in the beginning of the film, I'm just like, bro.
Yeah.
Like, that's what we get.
Fucked up.
I know it's fucked. So good choice. I like that film a lot, actually. It grew on me. The first time I watched it, I wasn't 100% on it. And I've rewatched it a couple of times, and it's really came through for me. It's a good one. Good one. But unique choice there. No one's got that one. All right. So number 13. We're going to take it back to 2015 once again with a film called All Through the House. And it's a film. It's not a it's not the Tales from the Crypt thing. So this is a really interesting film. Like, it doesn't really have like the snowy atmosphere, but this has one of the craziest Christmas aesthetics because it all takes place in like this house with this woman that's like, I would say kind of obsessed with Christmas and stuff. Like the aesthetic is just fucking amazing. There's so much decorations. There's so much creepy shit that's happening. Basically, the premise of the film is about a girl that comes home for Christmas. She links up with her friends and stuff like that. She ends up going over to this neighbor's house to do some shit and stuff like that. And there's a killer on the loose, picking off people and shit. And yeah, pretty much it's one of these films where you don't want to really reveal a lot about it, but it has a twist that's very reminiscent of a very classic 80s slasher film. You guys know what I'm talking about? Has anyone seen this film?
Nope.
Yeah, I saw this. I got this as a screener back in like 2015, and I've always liked it. I never picked up a physical version of it, but I would like to. It's pretty good, honestly. Some good gore and stuff. A little lower budget, but
yeah, it's lower budget, but like, I mean, I think the acting is actually pretty decent. Like I said, the aesthetic is really good. Like they put a lot of effort into making this a Christmas movie, even though there's not snow on the ground outside, but it pretty much all takes place inside the house anyways. So, but it's a really interesting story. That's what I like about this film, because you don't really know where it's going. And once it gets revealed, like what's going on and why it's happening and shit, you're just like, what the fuck, dude? But if you're a horror film fan, it's very reminiscent of a very like I said, classic 80s slasher film with a crazy reveal. But pretty cool, man. Like a lot of great kills, a lot of penis mutilation in this one. A lot of cocks get lopped off, and this one.
It's also like, I think it's a bit underseen. Like, I don't think a lot of people have actually seen this movie.
Yeah, you know what, man? This one was put out by the fuck put out this Blu-ray, man.
Is it RLJ again?
It's FilmRise.
FilmRise.
Yeah, so it's a little bit more pricey. It is a BDR, which sucks, but it is what it is. I mean, I'm just happy to have it, but it looks great. It honestly, the film looks really, really good. It has a lot to offer. It doesn't overstay its welcome. It runs, I don't know, whatever it is, like 90 minutes or whatever. But it's impressive. It's impressive what they did with this budget and created this type of film. But it's very memorable because, like I said, there's a lot of kills. The body count's pretty high. A lot of penis mutilation, which I always appreciate in films. Great reveal. Creepy shit that's going on in this film. Creepy shit. And it's got a cool story. The whole story itself is actually pretty cool. So highly recommend it. This is how you do low budget films all through the house from 2015. Definitely, JP, you knocked it on the head. You nailed it, man. It's definitely probably more underseen than underrated. So, with that said, I give this one 9 out of 10. This was actually originally in my top 10, but, it just came out of there.
Nice. Yeah, I co-sign Moods' thoughts on this one. It's definitely one that I didn't get a chance to revisit it this year. I did watch it last year, and I considered it last year for my top 10 as well.
Yeah.
Kind of forgot about it a little bit this year, not gonna lie. But it's pretty good. If you haven't seen it, I definitely recommend checking it out. I think it's on Tubi. Especially for fans of like slashers and shit. It's pretty good. Yeah.
And I mean, like I said, if you're a fan of penis mutilation, Jesus Christ.
Harley's a fan of penis mutilation.
There's a lot of cocks getting locked up in this one, man. But it's kind of funny because like when you're watching the film, you're like, why in the fuck is this happening? And then then you understand. But pretty cool film, man. Like, I just wish this one would get a better release. So more people could see it, because I think
feels like a Vinegar Syndrome partner label release.
Yeah, that would honestly, if this one got re-released, I would rebuy it because I love it. It's great stuff.
Yeah,
Harley.
I tried to watch it before I fell asleep, so I never went back to it. Not that it put me to sleep, I just fell asleep.
Right,
you were just nasally.
I would highly recommend.
Yeah, I took a nizzle.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Maybe I'll try to watch it before this year, or Christmas is done. All right, number 12. Speaking of low budget, I went with a friend of mine who I have also worked with movie, and that is Curtains for Christmas from, I think this was 2023 is when this came out now. But yeah, this is Steve Rosinski's movie, and his wife Aileen stars in it, and so does he. And it is basically like a kind of like a parody of Hallmark movies where Aileen's character, Holly, just really loves Christmas, and she wants to have this perfect like Christmas
romantic
life, like
Christmas adventure.
Yeah, because she watches these stupid Hallmark movies, and she's all in, and she thinks that's how life is supposed to actually be. But of course, yeah. So Moodz would probably like this one, but
I think Moodz would really like.
I actually own it. I didn't realize this was a horror. I thought it was like a family film.
Yeah, this one looks like it by the cover.
But the sequel to this is, or the tie-in movie, right? That's like not a horror film, right?
Yeah, so basically in the movie, the girl Holly is watching a movie called A Cheesy Christmas, which is supposed to be like a fake Hallmark movie, and then Steve went and made that into like a real movie and put like fake commercials in it, which I'm in one of the fake commercials for that. But yeah, that's like actually supposed to be like a Hallmark type movie, and then this one is like a horror comedy. It's like a parody.
Don't you like come down on like Christmas?
Shit, man, I didn't realize this was a horror film. I thought it was like that's crazy. That's crazy. I thought it was like what he did with like the Popeye film that you were in too. I thought it was more like a
Right, because that's he actually has a lot of movies that aren't really horror, but this one's like pretty much like a slasher in a way, because she kind of she just loses her mind, and then she meets like Steve's character, and then kind of falls in love with him, but he's married, so she like takes she just kind of goes from there, and stuff gets pretty wacky, but it's there's some good kills in it, blood, great Christmas atmosphere, because Steve himself like loves Christmas. That's his favorite holiday, and he's all about it. So
yeah, if
you're
friends with him on Facebook, he's just always like at this time of year, he's like just posting Christmas.
Dude, I actually just recently watched Amityville Christmas Vacation, and Steve actually, he stars in that film, and he is hilarious.
Yeah, that's like the prequel to Wally Meets Popeye.
Fuck, I laughed throughout this movie, man. Like he's just hamming it up, man. Like you can tell he's having so much damn fun making this movie. Like I thought it was fun as hell. But he's a very fun actor. I like that he puts himself in his movies a lot of time. This Curtains for Christmas one might be my favorite of his that I've seen. I've only seen like 4. Have you ever seen Red Christmas? He did a movie called Red Christmas, actually. Believe it or not.
Yeah, I don't really. It's like his least favorite film. He always says, and it's honestly, I didn't really care for it either, because I was like, it's a Steve movie I haven't seen for Christmas time, and I watched. It's like found footage torture porn.
Yeah.
Basically.
So when I first met Steve back in, I think it was 2015. I think it was the first time I went to Wasteland, and I sat there. I had pictures of him and everything, but he sold me on that. He's like, "Oh, you gotta check this shit out." And like I was like, I checked it out, and I was like, I actually didn't mind it, but I didn't know that it was like his least favorite film or whatever. I've never watched it since though. So
yeah. It's all right. It's just not. I was surprised because it wasn't what he usually does.
Yeah.
He like kind of, and that was earlier work too. So
right.
But yeah, Curtains is probably. I feel like it's his most like movie. Like it feels like a besides the Carousel movies. This one just feels bigger, and it's actually really funny too. Like this actually makes me laugh out loud. There's a scene that I could only describe as reminiscent of Thanksgiving. With like the dad and Thanksgiving, there's a scene kind of like that goes down in this movie. So he's got like those cartoonish elements in it again. And I reckon, Moodz, I think you should watch it and let me know what you think. Especially if you like the Amityville. I think I like this one more than. I like this one.
Yeah, I literally have it upstairs. I didn't know it was a horror film though, because like the cover art for it does not.
Yeah, but.
So, I mean,
but the title kind of, it's Curtains.
I mean,
but that could,
I guess, yeah.
It's a double entendre.
Yeah, it can mean like you're getting curtains for Christmas. But
you know what? I might actually pop it in when I get off, when we're done recording tonight.
Nice. I give it an 8 out of 10.
Sweet. That's cool.
Yeah, I like it as well.
And it's not long. It's not that long. It's probably longer than like some of his other
60
ones,
minutes or less.
Like most of his movies are like right at an hour or like under a little bit. So
that's why I love him as an indie filmmaker, like a no budget filmmaker, because I say all the time, these guys, they make these 90 an hour and 40-minute movies. They don't have the content for it. Where like Steve's actually feel like appropriately paced for the budget.
Did you know, Moodz, did you notice how Ben from Bathtub Shark Attack is in Amityville Christmas?
I did actually, yeah. 100%.
That dude's like unmistakable because he just
100%
looks like that.
He's in Wally versus Popeye as well.
Yeah, I recognize. I think I asked someone.
Yeah.
Recently, and I was like, is that the same guy?
Yeah, he's definitely like one of my favorite indie actors. Like he is fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
He's awesome. I love.
He's in the barn also. Yeah.
My most viewed review.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Oh yeah. My most viewed review from 31 Days last year was, or this year was that film, Bathtub.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah, Shark Attack. So yeah,
it's awesome.
It's awesome.
Good stuff.
All right. Now that we've gotten our nice, popular Christmassy movie out of the way, let's get back to some of your Christmassy, it's obscure for quirky picks. All right. Going back to what is the year on this movie?
I swear Tyler like crawled into a fucking can or something like that. Like, why do you sound so fucking far away from me?
Yeah, he was kind of laid back away from the mic a little bit.
I don't know. All right. Going back to 1984. We have a film that I don't know if you guys have ever reviewed it, but we've talked about it. It comes up a lot in here because a lot of people claim a movie that came out years later as a ripoff of this movie. And of course, that is the 1984 film Soul Survivor. Soul Survivor.
We've never covered it because I've never seen it.
Well, there you go. Soul Survivor. It's got that like real like snowless like cold winter aesthetic, and it's got that same like real downbeat like
Fucking guy.
as Eyes Wide Shut, and it made like, and that's like the opening scene is like literally it looks like driving through this downtown with all these like shitty Christmas lights and this like in this snowless rainy like cold downbeat down like city, and it's just like right from the jump just saying, all right, this is what I'm talking about. But people say Soul Survivor, and I can see where they're coming from. Is the original Final Destination, in which a character. So it's a little different here, where somebody has a premonition of another person surviving a plane crash, and that person ends up in the hospital. Comes out as like the sole survivor of this crash, and it's the same death comes for you story, but it takes a different like vehicle or different approach to execute what it's trying to do. But this movie's like it's just kind of fills the same Silent Night, Bloody Night category for me, where this movie is super atmospheric. My actual like only real complaints about this movie in that aspect is there's a couple like daylight scenes that like where they develop a little side romance with a character who like not for no reason, he's important to the story, but it's like it kind of takes it away from this like cold, dark, like dimly lit like Christmas nighttime movie that it is mostly otherwise. So these couple day like uppity scenes, which it kind of shifts the tone off, and I wish that wasn't the case. But this movie's honestly really creepy too because of its atmosphere. If you haven't seen it, I'm not gonna really delve into much where it differs from Final Destination, but there's some undead characters I would say in this that they do a really good job with. There's even a signs to like what's going on that gets explained that helps you understand exactly what's happening. It's really cool. It's really well done. I guess this movie is a little underknown because you'd think like everyone would know about this if it was a Final Destination ripped it off, and I feel like it took me even years for anyone to say something like that when I watched it. I could see, like, it's different, but I also see exactly, like...
Bro, I said this shit, like, fucking 10, 12 years ago, man. I'm
it's
like,
not like
I
a
can't
common
even
thing to
believe
hear, though.
that
You know
people
what I
don't
mean?
put
Yeah,
the
it's
parallels.
definitely not a common thing you hear.
So it just makes you think it's a really underseen
It's because
movie.
the movie is, like, stuck in fucking obscurity right now because Code Red released the DVD way back in the day. Like, we're talking the early 2000s. And it has no re-release. It's been out in print forever. So, like, I feel like, how did you watch this?
I watched that on MB.
Okay. Yeah. I feel like it's very underseen, and it definitely needs it needs more props, man. It needs a Blu-ray release. It needs something, but who knows? I mean, I feel like this is one of the films that Bill had actually bought. So if he owns this film, it's in the estate right now. We're not going to see a re-release of this. Right?
So
that sucks.
But,
That's why Code Red sucks.
Yeah, well, no, Code Red was great. Like, Bill was great because he brought a lot of films to the table that people were probably never going to see. But unfortunately, what happened? Like, I mean, Bill was he was one of those weird guys that, like, he wasn't about, like, you know, basically renting rights. You know, he liked to own films, so he would
like
buy
a
up
piece
films.
of crap that he was.
I mean, Bill was not a cool guy. I mean, he was funny. He was funny, but
he was funny.
He was a good business guy in terms of, like, if you can buy a film you know, you own the rights
You
to
could
it.
buy
Like,
a film and then die and keep it locked up for
I know.
all
I mean,
eternity.
that's the shitty
You
thing
know,
about
you might as well do it if you can.
because now his estate owns these films, and like you're like, oh fuck. And I'm pretty fucking sure that Soul Survivor is one of those films that he actually bought the rights to. So sucks. But
So yeah, I didn't know it was that rare. But yeah, if you can find it, I'd watch it. It's pretty good.
I mean, the DVD is still out there. It goes for crazy prices because it's the only release. I was lucky enough to get one back in the day, so.
But yeah, Soul Survivor, moody and atmospheric as hell. 7.5 out of 10.
Very, very much a Tyler film for the list. 100%.
Just wait till number 1, bud.
No disrespect, man. I'm just saying. It's such a Tyler film, but I like Soul Survivor. I think it's really good, actually. Do you like Soul Survivor more or less than Final Destination?
Honestly, I think I like Soul Survivor more. Like I
actually do
what
too,
Final
actually.
Destination does, but if I was just going like movie head to head, I like the first versus this one. I think I pick Soul Survivor.
Yeah,
The atmosphere is really good, and that's like what I appreciate about the movie.
Yeah, Final Destination is like a product of its time though too. But like, I love the franchise. I think the Final Destination franchise is like one of the strongest franchises out there.
Yeah,
You know, the idea, like it's interesting. It's such a simple
it's a
premise,
very recyclable
but they keep
idea.
doing it so good in the
Yeah.
films. It's crazy how they keep doing it. So pretty cool. GP.
Soul Survivor is available on Philo streaming. I don't know what that really is, but
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
so
That reminds me, I need to subscribe to Criterion.
Hell yeah!
I need to watch the
actually a handful of my picks for the top 100 are Criterion things. So I was like, you know what? maybe I'll just keep it now.
Yeah.
Because I mentioned that joke where I keep forgetting to cancel it.
Yeah, that's right.
What's the new movie that just came out that's on Criterion?
Cloud.
That's one I need.
The Shrouds is on there too. So if you need
Yeah.
to watch that somewhere.
Yeah, nice.
All right. My number 12 is a movie that is not very old. It's just a year old. And it is Terrifier 3.
Hell yeah!
Skipping from the Halloween genre to the Christmas genre. I think when we heard this was happening, everybody was pretty excited because I personally love to see killers in different settings. Like I've always said, like there should be a winter Friday the 13th. I think that would be awesome. But yeah, Terrifier 3. I watched it again the other night after Don't Open Till Christmas, and man, that movie just like starts off so fun. It's just Art the Clown like dressed up as Santa, like going into some little kid's house and just fucking, oh my god, just destroying it. Like when she's sleeping in bed and he just starts hacking up the husband, and it's just like and then it takes her forever to look over, and then she does, and he's just destroying this guy's neck. And then I love the dude, honestly, like it is a really fun movie. Of course, we always talk about like Art the Clown's actual like mannerisms and his character and how like animated he is and stuff like that. And I just love his reactions to things where like he laughs, but it's like a mime laughing where there's no like actual sound. He's like, like pointing and stuff like that. And he just has like such a good, like sometimes he looks annoyed and stuff too. It's just the actor, forget who plays him, but he just does such a good job. Like he is perfect for this character. And I'm really looking forward to see what the hell they do next, because as we know, Terrifier 4 is supposedly the last one. And yeah, this franchise, like it's like the thing I'll give Jeremy credit for the most out of anything he's ever said. Way back when that anthology came out, All Hallows Eve, And he said that Art the Clown is going to be like an icon. And I was like, dude, you're fucking
I know we were both like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No,
man?
he's
Like,
not. This
no.
is some low budget indie like piece of crap that had a cool segment in it. And then like when they made the full length Terrifier and it just had like a ton of buzz. And then they took a big chance by releasing Terrifier 2 like wide released wise because Terrifier ended up on Netflix and it got really big on Netflix. So they put out Terrifier 2 with a nice budget and a wide release, and then even Terrifier 3, like I remember that was a very significant.
They've only gotten bigger.
That when Terrifier 2 came out, like we talked about it on the show, we talked about it at the end of the year that year. Like that was a very significant moment for unrated and films that like we hadn't seen it. Like Adam Green tried it with Hatchet 2 back in like 2012 or whatever, 10 or 11.
Lasted one day.
Yeah, and before that it was
Literally.
George Romero in like 1978 that released a movie wide unrated.
Yeah.
So we really hadn't had that. Now we're seeing it way more often. I mean, Silent Night, Deadly Night, although it probably didn't need to be unrated, like you could have got an R with it for sure. That movie just got
a new wave,
like
man.
it's just more.
I think
you don't
it
need
sells
the
more, though.
MPAA anymore.
No, I think it just sells more though. Like for the fans, the genre fans, like if you see something that's labeled as unrated, we're fucking going, bro. Right?
Yeah, and I think the general audience just doesn't even pay attention to ratings anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not as important of a thing. Like when
our rating system in Canada is a lot different than your guys' though too. Because like I've noticed like a lot of films that get a 14 rating here are in the States. You guys have a fucking strict fucking rating system down there. We're a little bit more lenient with shit, man. Like, because I remember having I don't remember what movie it was I was watching and I was like, oh, this movie is fucking 14.8. And like, and Mike, I think it was Mike Merriman. He said he's like, no, it's R where I am, and I'm like, really?
What is your R called? Is it called R?
Yeah, it's just R. It's pretty tough to get an R in Canada, I swear. Like, it's tough. I mean, obviously Terrifier. I mean, it would have been like an R, kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of films that I've seen get a 14 rating that are R in the States. Lots of films. It's really bizarre, actually. But yeah, y'all a little bit more crazy with your rating system than we are up here. So
yeah. So yeah, Terrifier 3, pretty awesome. Almost made my list last year, but obviously I only had 10 spots. So yeah, and it was so fresh that I, didn't feel super comfortable putting it on my top 10 that year, but this year's top 10, hell yeah. 8.5 out of 10.
Sweet. All right, we're going to take it back to 75 with Night Train Murders, aka Last Stop on the Night Train, Last Stop on the Night. There's so many fucking titles to this film.
Late night trades. That's what I called it.
Yeah. Night Train Murders, which I have here. I'm pretty sure that the flip side says, actually, it does actually. Crazy. So on the flip side, it actually says, don't ride the late night trains. Crazy. Yeah. This movie, like Tyler said when he talked about it, it's pretty much Last House on the Left on a train. It really is. It's the Italian version of that film. I like this movie a lot more than Last House on the Left. My only gripe with this film is somebody doesn't die in the end of the film, which I feel like they should have, because this is like one of the ultimate reasons, like I always feel like rape revenge and like these type of films is like the ultimate reason to get revenge on people. But it's kind of ironic a little bit that like the one that's pretty much the most sadistic person in the film doesn't end up dying. It's kind of fucked up to me. But this is one of those films when you watch, man, you just feel dirty. You feel fucking dirty. It really projects like humans as filthy fucking people. Like, so essentially there's two girls that are, you know, traveling for the holidays, and they're on a train, and they come in contact with these two fucking super petty fucking shitty criminals who have been established as criminals. They rob and steal, and they do a bunch of crazy shit. They're riding the trains without fucking, you know, without their passes and stuff like that. But the crazy thing about this movie to me is that they come in contact with a female who is just doing the same thing. She's traveling. We have no story with her. And she is just like, gets involved with this shit. You know what I mean? And it becomes this like trio of fucking batshit insaneness. But to make things worse, there's even a part in the film where there is some crazy shit happening with one of our characters. She's being raped with a knife. And there's a dude that's literally watching, and he becomes involved too. Like, I mean, the commentary in the film is like, man, people are like, I take away from this, like, humans are just scum. They are people of opportunity. You know what I mean? It's an opportunistic, like, criminal element to this film where you're just like, damn, dude, you can't trust anybody out there. It's fucking wild. And it kind of has like that cycle thing where our characters, you know, Last House on the Left too, where characters die like kind of midpoint in the film, not midpoint, whatever, leading to the third act. And then you get this revenge element, which I think is pretty satisfying to the point where, you know, I do get upset every time I watch this film. I'm like, man, that bitch, she needed to get some shit done to her, but,
Get some stuff done to her butt.
yeah, I mean her butt too, for sure, 100%. Maybe the gun up there, maybe something. It's an interesting film because, like you said before, like you felt like it doesn't really have the most Christmas aesthetic. I think it does though, because it kind of flashes back, and we get a lot of Christmas in the film. On the train, definitely not. It's horrific. It's brutal. It's nasty. It's filthy. It's fucking just sinister. This is one of those films where if you're not a fan of people in general in your life, you won't become a fan of people after watching this film. It's dirty. It's filthy. Like, it's one of those films where it makes me kind of like, I told you so. People suck. That's exactly what I say every time I watch this film to myself. I'm like, man, yeah, people fucking suck. I love this movie, man. It's so damn sadistic and so brutal. Dude, when those bodies come out the window, and I will say, those are some pretty good dummy deaths. I mean, they're already kind of dead. I mean, the one isn't really a dummy death, but like there's a dummy. Some pretty good dummies that are used in this film. Good shit. Man, I watched this film the other day and I was like, man, dude, like, it is. I love Wes Craven, but this is so much better than Last House on the Left. In my opinion,
Relax, bro.
I think it's so much better. It does the idea way better. Maybe because I love trains. Like, I had this conversation last night, like when we had a party here. I love trains. I'm a big fan of trains. Like, I don't know what it is about trains. I think they're super fucking cool. And I think the setting is just way better than what is done in Last House on the Left.
You sound like somebody that was born in 1920. You ever meet one of those old like paps who are like hella old when you're a kid and they're like into trains?
I don't really get that. I mean, trains are dope, dude. Trains are fucking dope. Dude. I think
they're into trains.
Did you never want one of those fucking train sets where, like, in your basement, it was all like, you know, motorized and stuff like that, where you could build like the cities and all this shit in the middle and stuff. Like, I never had that shit, man.
People from the 1920s felt that way too.
They all had undiagnosed tism.
You're just pissed off because you can't fit that shit in your fucking trailer, bro. Come on.
I actually did have a couple train sets when I was a young lad.
I would have loved
tree
to have that shit. I remember when I was a kid, I even asked for like a train set. My house wasn't that big. We could never put one down there. So it's like never happened. But we actually got into a conversation about it last night. And I'm like, man, I would love to have a train set. Anyways, I'm digressing here. Night Train Murders, dude. If I'm picking, I hate to kind of compare the films. Really, I don't really like doing that, but I'm gonna hear because I'm a dick. I love Night Train Murders way more than Last House on the Left. I really do. This one has a way better soundtrack to it. I think the performances in this film are so fucking sadistic. I'm not saying David Hess is, he's one of the best.
He just said David Hess had a bad performance.
I did not.
In Last House on the Left.
David
Did you hear
Hess
that?
is the star of
That's
the film.
crazy, bro.
The only reason to watch Last House on the Left to me is to watch David Hess. To be honest, that is one of the greatest performances of all time. But everything else about the film, I'm just like, oh, dude. Which is kind of ironic because his performance is one of the best ever. But then he did the soundtrack and it's totally not good to me. So, Night Train Murders, I think it's fucking fantastic. My biggest quandary is, somebody doesn't get what they deserve, but 9.5 out of 10. Love it. Great film.
Alrighty. Well, my number 11 is a movie that you could argue doesn't have the most Christmas atmosphere once again, but it's one I used to watch all the time when I was younger, and now I've put it back into my rotation, and that is Dead End from 2000 and Trey.
Nice.
Yeah, this, like I said, I watched this a lot when I was a kid. I remember it used to creep me out quite a bit, and then I kind of forgot about it and then rediscovered it recently in adulthood, and it still holds up quite well. Like I said, there's no snow or anything. They're just driving down this road the entire movie, and it's just nothing but trees all around them. I did look this one up too, and it was mainly filmed in Los Angeles, California, so that makes sense. But at the same time, you are reminded that it takes place on Christmas Eve. They're trying to go to a family dinner, and you are constantly kind of reminded that it is Christmas Eve because they keep fighting. They're on this road. They can't get off of it, and they're running late at this point. They're confused, and they keep bringing up they're going to the Montland Shays family's home, and the dad just starts making comments about how weird her brother is and stuff like that. And then there's a point where they have to open the trunk and get presents out and spill some of them out, and it's just cool to see all the wrapped gifts in the back seat and whatnot. But yeah, this movie's quite depressing. Another one that ends again on a downer note. I think they do the story really well in this one. Stories like what you get here, without giving it away, it can be hard to pull them off without big plot holes and stuff like that. And I always felt like this one pulls it off really well, and it makes sense to me. So yeah, overall, it's a good movie. And it's also got small beats of comedy throughout it too, which is interesting because it's another one where it's really dark in the grand scheme of things, but there's small little quirky bits throughout it. This is another it's one. If you look up the trailer makes it seem like a pure comedy. It's very weird. But yeah, great film. I give it an 8.5 out of 10. And the end makes I actually got real depressed when I watched this last time, just with the ending. I was like, this is such an unhappy ending. But yeah,
I think my favorite scene in the film is when the girl gets in the car and she's holding the baby, and she's like, "You want to hold the baby?" And he's holding it, and she's like, I think the guy says something like, "Oh, the baby's pretty good," or calm, or something like that. And she's like, "Yeah, because he's dead."
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I like how this one's kind of dated too. The dad, the jerk off kind of son. He listens
what
to
is
Marilyn
with the
Manson.
dude? What is with the son jerking off? He just pulls off. He's like, I need to jerk off.
That was I forgot. Yeah, he just pulls out a picture and quickly, and then he's smoking. Well, I was gonna say the dad's like, I gotta get it. I'm tired of you listening to those Marilyn Bronson CDs. And he's like, it's Marilyn Manson, Dad. And he's like, whoever she is.
I took no notes for this, but the one note I did take was the Marilyn Bronson thing. I actually forgot to mention that. That's hilarious. So
yeah, funny. And then And then just the thing with the I always remembered that from a kid. Whenever she's like, "I'm pregnant," he's like, "I smoke pot," and they're like, "Our son is doing drugs. He is acting out," because pot was a huge deal in the early 2000s. But anyway, 8.5. I think it's. I have a lot of fun with it, and also get sad while there's just a lot of good, emotions throughout it.
Right.
All right. My number
Dude,
11.
the grin and he just gets so ready to.
Is Solo a Christmas move?
No.
Somebody can.
All right. No, I hate that it turned out this way, but my number 11 is my film that has the least amount of Christmas aesthetic, but it's also the only film on this list that reminds you the whole movie when this movie's taking place, and when it even tells you it's Christmas when they end the film. And that, of course, is the British classic from 1973, The Legend of the Hell House. Legend of the Hell. It is about a psychic investigation that takes place over.
What? Are you fucking serious, bro? Come on.
The week before Christmas, it's December 20th to the 24th, in this house where there's a legend of this man that killed his whole family. And this movie is so fucking freezing cold and atmospheric as shit that I fucking love it. Like, it doesn't even matter to me that there's no actual Christmas decorations around. It's the same thing I keep going back to about this cold, bleak loneliness of the holidays that I fucking love. And this movie, it's like this old fucking house, and all these scenes, like Roddy McDowell's in it. This fucking movie's got a good cast. Pamela Franklin's in it. And fucking, I gotta make sure I said her name right.
You're making shit up, bro.
No, because there's someone with a similar name. I get her confused. Yeah, I was right. Pamela Franklin. And this is one of the prime haunted house movies from the 70s, I think. Pamela Franklin plays a character named Florence, and she also played a character named Flora in The Innocents, which is also a prime haunted house movie in the early 60s when she was a little girl. So I thought that was a really fucking sweet connection. But this movie I saw when Scream Factory first came out. I watched it a few years ago, and as I was combing through the list of Christmas movies, I came across this, and I watched this again, and I had a great time with this. This movie is just super atmospheric. It's not too long. It's only 90. It's a very slow burn, but it's 93 minutes, so it's not like you're like sitting here just waiting for this thing to end. It gets to it, and because like I was saying before, it's got all these scenes of these characters doing this investigation in front of the fireplace, and there's scenes in the house where they're just like breathing. You can see their breath because this like old fucking house clearly doesn't have heating in it. There's a few times they step outside, and all you see is just like cold fog, and it's always dark. The movie's just this freezing cold, like, isolated haunted house movie, and it escalates. Characters get possessed. It's really good. I really like this movie. I definitely recommend this movie. Like I said, don't go looking for the most Christmas aesthetic, but this movie takes place from December 20th to December 24th. It reminds you of that over and over, and I think that loneliness and isolation and that bitter coldness is that flavor of Christmas movie I like. So, yeah, my number 11. Legend of the Hell House.
Bro, you are stretching like a motherfucker.
Did they mention Christmas?
Tyler cannot.
Yeah,
Tyler cannot
they really
be on the
do.
next show.
Okay,
they really do. The last line of the movie, she's just like, "Well, it's Christmas Day or it's Christmas Eve."
I don't even have that shit in my collection, man, for Christmas films. That's fucking wild, bro. Like,
this guy.
Does it not take place on Christmas?
If you say so.
It takes place before Christmas for sure. They do mention it, but fuck, I don't know, man. Dude, you're stretching, bro.
I don't think that's that bad.
There's literally no Christmas aesthetic in that film. It's mentioned that it's taking place at that time, but like, there's no Christmas.
I think mentioning
it's a good movie.
I don't know. I think I've only seen that once, and it was forever ago. All right, my movie definitely has more Christmas atmosphere. I'll tell you that. From 2022, I am talking about Christmas, Bloody Christmas.
Oh shit! This wasn't in your top 10. That's crazy.
No. I almost forgot about it for this list too, because I thought it was in my top 10 last year.
That's fucked up, man.
So I
That's
almost didn't even include it this year, and then I was like, just like really fine tooth combing it, going down the whole list of 100 and some movies I had.
Bonafide in my top 10, man. It's I love that movie.
Yeah, this is one that the first time I watched it, I was like, that was pretty good. I really like that. And then every other time I've watched it, I've like pretty much just absolutely loved it. And I think that the neon lights and I love the whole vibe of Christmas Eve, and they're out at some bar having shots and you know, just shooting the shit through the whole, like, and then them just like them walking out of the bar all the way down the street, you know, just like talking and shit. I love that stuff, man. And yeah, we've mentioned many times about like people having issues with the dialogue and stuff, but not me. I also think that especially after watching Jimmy and Stiggs, and like Joe Begos is just like revisiting VFW earlier this year too. I really like what this guy's doing, and I'm really excited to see more of his films. And this actually started as a Silent Night, Deadly Night remake.
Really?
What?
Pitch idea. Yeah. Joe Begos had a pitch for Silent Night, Deadly Night remake, but make it a animatronic Killer Santa. So yeah, I read that recently when I was looking at stuff about Silent Night, Deadly Night, the new remake.
Cool.
Yeah. But yeah, it's really solid. I give it a 8.5 out of 10. Love this movie.
Cool. What have we got? We're coming to number 11 right now.
Yep.
All right, so number 11 for myself here, we're going to take it back to 2007. And this would have been in my top 10, but it didn't really meet my criteria for what I did in my top 10. And that is the French extreme film Inside.
Nice.
This movie is just absolutely fucking brutal. So yesterday I rewatched Inside and Night Train Murders back to back, and I pretty much took like 3 showers after. Like you just feel filthy after this shit, man. It's crazy. These are Christmas films, but yeah, Inside is like one of those films where it's relentless, bro. It's relentless, man. It only runs just over 80 minutes, and it's a good thing, because basically, if you've never seen Inside, the premise is, we got a pregnant girl. It's Christmas Eve. It takes place on Christmas Eve. She's all pregnant.
Her husband died.
So she had a car accident in the prequel. She had a car accident. Her husband dies. She's pregnant. Jump forward to like Christmas Eve, and someone starts stalking her for who knows apparent reason, right? And carnage ensues, man. It really does. Man, dude, this movie is so cringe, man. Like, fuck, dude.
And Inside is like another double entendre.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. Fuck, man. Like, there's so many great kills in this film. This movie is so brutal, bloody, gory, nasty, vicious. I mean, there's obviously writing that has to like prolong the storyline of this person stalking this other person that's pregnant in this house. So you involve like other characters and stuff, which is kind of ridiculous. And there's vicious moments where, someone's mom ends up getting killed and shit like that. But I tell you, man, the use of fucking scissors in this film had me cringing. Every time I watch this film, I cringe. I cringe like a motherfucker. the end of, like, there's a scene in this film where there's scissors used on somebody to like basically open them up. I'm talking like no one's ever seen this fucking film before. Like,
I think Carly hasn't.
okay.
Oh, you've never seen this? This was
No.
Okay, so I don't want to ruin anything, but like that scene in particular makes me cringe so hard. And I've watched this movie so many times and it still makes me cringe to the point where I'm like, fuck, man. Like, it's amazing what they do. It's relentless. It's brutal. It's just absolutely the definition of horror. It's an amazing film. The only thing that separates this thing from being like a perfect 10 out of 10 for myself is the opening scene. The CG looks a little bit shitty. And there's another scene later in the film where someone's face gets burned that looks kind of shitty. And it looks really bad because I'm watching on this great edition. By the way, you guys, fucking JP doesn't give a fuck because he doesn't fucking. You need to check out this. This is the definitive edition of Inside. It looks pretty bad because it's like really. It's like the trash was amazing. Oh, man, I mean, what do you say about Inside, man? It's a French film, so it's subtitled. You got to read it. Not really a big fit. It's not really a big deal, you know, for me. Might be for some people, but
It actually is my favorite of the like French extreme films that we lumped together. I like it better than Martyrs.
So what do you consider like, so Inside, Martyrs, Them?
I actually would probably go.
No, I wasn't ordering. I was just
Inside.
naming them off, actually. But,
Yeah, Them, Inside, Martyrs.
Them is your favorite?
No, now I was just naming them off.
Oh yeah. So
High Tension.
so Frontiers, and then I also consider
High Tension.
like Frontiers is probably 4, and then you know what there's maybe 5 from that era.
That's kind of what they used to lump them together as, but obviously there's more from that era that kind of count for that wave. But yeah, I would actually say that Switchblade Romance is my second favorite, then Martyrs.
Yeah. So that's the big 5 right there for sure.
Yeah.
I think if I had to rank them, I would probably say Inside's my favorite. Martyrs is my second. Probably Them is my third, which is probably very unpopular. Then I'd probably say fuck, I don't even know. I don't even know which one I like better after that. I don't know.
This guy's like, I'm going to name them all and then proceed to not.
No, I mean, I can, but I was just thinking, I'm like, which one do I actually like better? I was like overthinking it, which I usually don't. But I mean, Inside is definitely my favorite. It's definitely my favorite. 100%. Martyrs is brutal. And I still think that review that we did years ago was fucking insane.
Yeah, it was a good review.
That was a good review that we did of Martyrs.
I
really like Them. Switchblade is probably fourth, and then Frontiers is probably last. So if we were doing 5, I'd probably go like that. And it's no disrespect to Frontiers. I love that film. I think it's great. And why in the fuck does that one not have a better release, by the way? Stuck on DVD. Actually, in Region 1, Them only has a DVD too.
One's Lionsgate, and I think one's Dark Sky.
Actually, Inside only has a Region 1 because this is Region 2. So that's crazy.
Yeah.
These films are getting they're getting no love. They're getting no love. So really, really good run. But Inside, absolutely bad shit. Inside. You know what?
I think that made me in Tyler's list last year.
Yeah,
It did.
I mean,
Yeah.
that was-
Like I said, the reason why it didn't is because of the Christmas aesthetic. It's not overly Christmas. Like there's Christmas in it, but
It got a little Christmas vibe. It's just not. It's not very cheery.
That's why I put it at number 11, because otherwise, if it had a better aesthetic, I would have been like, this is top 10, 100%. Because I love Inside. Like rewatching this film, man, any film that can make me cringe and like just like literally move and like squirm and shit when I'm watching, like fuck, And I've watched this movie so many times. It does it to me every time.
Tyler's
It's a good thing.
Grinch.
It's very, very effective.
Why
It's
am I
very
Grinch?
effective in what it does.
I'm like downbeat, non-cheery.
Oh,
And you're like, that's my app.
I'm telling you, man, when
For
she's
Christmas
getting gutted
movies.
and she starts screaming, "Mommy, mommy, mommy," it's so heartbreaking because like we already watched her do something to her mom, and like it's just over. So I got a question for you. And I've always
who?
for anybody that's seen it, for you and Tyler.
No, Carly.
no.
She's all sad looking.
I thought you said she hadn't seen it.
Oh, she
I
has.
haven't, but I still like to be included.
Okay, so the end of the movie, without revealing too much, is the baby alive or dead?
Dude, I can't fucking remember.
I think they're alive for now, but I don't think it matters.
I think it's psychological, actually, to be honest, because you hear the cries of the baby, but is it real or not?
It'd be more brutal if it was dead.
You would think it would be still, but
I don't know.
when I watch it, every time I always wonder, I'm like, what are they going for? Like, because we know this girl's insane. And we might be hearing it from her mind. The baby cries. It's a lot. But what just perspired through the film, how could it be still alive kind of thing? You know what I mean?
Well, there's a lot of things I don't think that happened in that movie, but
No, I don't think it's that, man. I think it's straight up. I think the end is a little bit psychological, though. What do you think didn't perspire in reality?
no, I don't mean like that. But I think like the stuff with like the coffin, the guy who brings it is a little ridiculous. That like it's not something that if they want it to be alive, like it's not something I'm like shooting down.
Yeah, I mean, but I just think it's really interesting because as she's like holding this child walking up, is it alive or dead? It's an honest question.
Brutal was dead.
But it
I
would
think it
make
just
it, but it would
symbolizes
make a lot more
something.
sense if it was, because given what we just watched,
And they both end up just symbolizing the same thing either way.
it's very psychological. I think the ending's brilliant, man. I think it's awesome. Yeah, Inside for me is it's a 9.5 out of 10. Like I said, the only thing that really kind of makes it less than a perfect film for me is a little bit of the shoddy CG. In 2 points in the film, I mean, all the gore effects are all practical. The whole film is practical, but there's these 2 moments where I'm like, oh my God. But brutal film. Love it.
Woo!
Another 10 down.
Yeah, I guess that's it, right?
All right. Would you like to hear some statistics about these 10 films?
I would like to.
All right. Here we go. All right. I have the most unique list with 8 films unique to mine. Carly and Moodz were tied for second with 6 unique. JP and Moodz were 6 unique. Carly had the least unique list with 5.
Oh man.
Me and Carly both had a 7.4 overall with our list, the lowest rated. JP was the next with 8.3. Moodz was at an 8.7. Listing commonality, me and Carly had 1 film together. Me and Moodz had 1. JP and Moodz had 2. Carly and JP had 3. JP and me had none. Carly and me had 1.
Wow, none.
JP and Carly had 3. Moodz and Carly had 1. Me and JP had 2. Moodz and Carly had 2. And Moodz and myself had 1. Okay. Getting into the popular movies, only 1 film. No film made all 4 lists. 1 film made 3. It was To All a Good Night. 6 films made 2 lists, which were Silent Night, Dial Code Santa Claus, Red Christmas, Don't Open Till Christmas, Late Night Trains, and Dead End. By point score being 10 points for number 1, 1 point for number 10, or 11 and 20 in this case. But as a caveat, I made you can't if you're only making the list on one list in the top 10, you can't jump a film that's been on multiple lists. So at 10th through 8th with 10 points are our 3 unique number 1s. Legend of the Hell House, Christmas Bloody Christmas, and Inside. 7th place, you got Silent Night at 3 points. 6th place, Dial Code Santa Claus, 9 points. Tied 3rd through 5th place, you have Red Christmas, Don't Open Till Christmas, and Two Elegant Night at 10 points. 2nd place, you got Dead End at 13 points. And 1st place by points, you have Late Night Trains with 15.
Cool.
And that's it.
Shit.
Cool.
We did it.
We did it.
Yes, we did. All right. So that is episode 309. Christmas episode. I don't know what we're titling this. I already forgot what JP said. So that was fucking awesome. You guys like that shit?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
So now I'm going to go watch Carly's film right now.
Well, it's not. I'm not in that film, but
Yeah, but
do
you know,
watch
the
it.
one that you
Yeah.
mentioned. Yeah. So
Yeah. You should watch the Popeye one as well after that, because it's not a Christmas movie, but it's a sequel to Amityville. Which is weird.
Right.
But watch Curtains.
So, I'm very curious on how it's a sequel to Amityville. That's crazy.
It's like all his, like those Meowie movies that he makes too, those like talking cat movies, like they're all about this character Wally and his like misadventures basically. So it's like, it like he makes references to
So he's Wally Griswold in all the films?
In the Meowie ones, Amityville and Popeye, he is. Like in Curtains, he's a different character. In Carousel, he's a different character, you know.
Right.
But
Right.
yeah, so yeah, that's how he gets you. He ties all his movies together, so you feel the need to watch them all.
That's pretty cool. That's actually pretty fucking awesome. I like that. But yeah, so that was pretty awesome. So Tyler, you think you could do a part 3 of this or no?
Yeah,
Just watch some films.
Year. Yeah, but I'm just like watching, like, okay, these are the next 10 movies I watch, guys.
I mean, there's got to be films that you watched that didn't make these lists that could.
Oh, yeah, sure. But the movie's making a list because they're going to make a list.
Yeah, I mean, I love me some Christmas films.
Yeah, I don't even know how you don't.
There's
So
just like,
good.
I don't know. There's just less I like, I guess.
Well, there's still a bunch you haven't seen too.
Yeah,
right?
you could just treat it like a regular top 10 where it's like first time watches and rank
Like, I'm
them.
surprised like
Doesn't have to
Alien
be favorite.
Raiders hasn't been on a list yet, and like, there's tons of movies, man. There's tons. Yeah, Alien Raiders, man. That's another one. But anyways, guys, that's going to conclude episode 309. Do you guys have anything else you guys want to say? Shout out? No?
The only thing is, we usually do this stuff at the beginning of the show, but I kind of forgot. But one of the actors from a bunch of movies, but we know him from It, Chapter 1 and 2.
Right.
Passed away this past 2 days, I think, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they said December
19th.
19th. Yeah, so 2 days ago.
Yeah, so, rest in peace to that guy. That was, what the hell's his name?
Dude, you're doing it
James
for his
Ransom.
James Ransom.
James
Yeah.
Ransom. Yeah,
And
I always
he's been in-
say Ransom.
And he's been in Sinister. He's been in
He was-
It.
Was he not in Black Phone 2? Did he not?
Yeah,
appear
he was
that
in
film?
both. Yeah, he was in both of the Black Phone movies.
Right.
Ken Park. What else?
Oh, he's in Kent Park. Yeah.
Yeah, he's really in Ken Park.
Yeah. Right. So that's an unfortunate thing, man. You never hear you never want to hear about, those type of demises, right? So, I mean, it was, I'll just say self-inflicted, right? That's reports
Yeah.
on it. So, that sucks. Don't know the story, but prayer goes out to the families, man. That sucks. That fucking sucks. Right before Christmas, man. You hate to hear that shit.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's
It
rough.
is, man.
But yeah, just like most of these movies, we're going to end on a down note.
Right.
Man.
Right. Makes sense. Makes sense. Inside, especially, right? Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. All right, guys. That's going to conclude the episode, man.
And we probably won't see you again until our top 10 of 2025.
It's like 2 weeks, man. It's like 2 weeks.
It's a little longer than that.
Actually, it's like 3 weeks, actually. It's like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Actually, we're recording the same night that Tom's doing his annual Horny Awards. So,
The 10th?
yeah. He just posted
That happened
today.
last year, I think.
I'm like, fuck, are you
I
serious?
think that happened last year.
I'm like, that's crazy, man. All right. So, all right, dudes, we're out of here. Deuces.
Peace.
That's all, folks.